By virtue of Batas Pambansa bilang 12, the University of Southeastern Philippines was established on December 15, 1978 to provide an inclusive and holistic educational, training, research, continuing education, and service programs for Region 11. As the only state university in Davao Region, USEP is committed in providing quality education to produce competent and service-oriented graduates at par with the global standards. At present, the university has campuses strategically located across the region. Obrero Campus, Mental Campus, Tagum-Mabini Campus, and Bislig Campus. To date, USEP caters over 17,000 students in both undergraduate and graduate programs. About 5,000 students are scholars of both internally and externally funded scholarships. USEP offers a wide range of specialized programs that respond to the need not only of the students as future leaders and members of society, but to the country as well. The university offers 65 academic programs for baccalaureate, master's, and doctorate degree in the field of agriculture and forestry, teacher education, engineering, arts and sciences, technology, computing, economics, governance, business and development management, To provide equal access to education, the university also offers specialized tertiary education for students from various IP groups through the Pamulaan Center for Indigenous Peoples Education, the only college in Mindanao for IPs across the country. The University of Southeastern Philippines undertakes relevant and responsive research, development, and extension programs which would contribute and impact to the productivity and sustainability of Mindanao, thereby working to uplift quality of life and alleviate poverty. USAP has established centers and has engaged in a series of programs and studies to respond to the pressing and ever-evolving needs of the society. These include the Affiliated Renewable Energy Center, or ADEC, the Mindanao Center for Policy Studies, or MCPS, the Teacher Training and Research Center, or TTRC, the Innovation and Technology Support Office, or ITSO, and the Southern Mindanao Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Consortium, or SMARDEC. USEP is recognized by the Commission in Higher Education as a Center of Excellence and Center of Development in various fields. USEP's unwavering effort to produce graduates that are highly competitive is also manifested through its licensure exam top-notchers. The University of Southeastern Philippines is included in the top 300 best academic institutions in Asia in 2011 to 2014 and ranks 5th among Philippine universities in the 2011 to 2013 Asian University Rankings according to the Quacquarelli-Simmons World University Rankings, one of the most influential university rankings in the world. In 2015, USEP ranks 8th in the Webometrics Philippine University Rankings. USEP has a record of producing distinguished graduates who excel in their respective fields and known for their remarkable accomplishments and contribution to the country. To be true to its vision, the University of Southeastern Philippines is forging linkages, partnerships, and collaborations among ASEAN higher education institutions. This stride ensures that students' educational experiences are diversified and their competencies sharpened to participate in regional and global labor markets. With a dedication and commitment to propel and beef up regional development and progress towards global competitiveness, and the optimism to be in one vision, one identity, one community of the ASEAN integration, the USEP management, faculty and staff, students and stakeholders will continually uphold and embody the core values of unity, stewardship, excellence, and professionalism.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second part of the event titled Software Development Essentials, hosted by the Master in Information Technology students of the University of Southeastern Philippines, College of Information and Computing. And my name is Cameron, and I will be your host for today's event. A brief reminder lang po for our attendees, make sure you are all connected properly in our Zoom meeting by clicking, of course, first the join audio button first, and then by clicking the call via audio device. And I would also like to inform everyone that prizes will be given away to the attendees of this event. How? Let me read the mechanics for you. So the mechanics are as follows, sir. No, there will be a brief question and answer session after each presentation. So the speaker will either answer or ask a question back to the audience. The chosen audience member who will get to ask or answer a question will, of course, receive a prize. So for the Zoom meeting participants, you may send your questions in the chat box. And for our Facebook live stream viewers naman po, you may also post your questions on our live stream. Our official FB page pala, by the way, is Software Development Essentials USEP CIC MIT. And at this point, to give us his opening remarks, may we call on Mr. Engelbert Hoting, an IT lecturer and a faculty member at the Philippine Women's College of Davao. He specializes in programming and multimedia and is doing freelance work in web and software development, video production, and YouTube vlogs. Sir Hoting, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Sir Cameron. So, welcome, speakers, participants, and Mr. Randy S. Gamboa, and of all of our guests, welcome. My name is Engelbert Hotting, and I am my privilege and pleasure on behalf of University of Southeastern Philippines College of Information and Computing Graduate School to welcome you here today. We are delighted to have you with us to participate and share in our Software Development Essential Part 2 webinar. Thank you for coming. That each of you has did your best to allot your valuable time to be here. Serve as a reminder to us all just how important our work is. University of Southeastern Philippines College of Information and Computing Graduate School is committed to actively rise in quality of learning in software development. We want all of you to achieve your full knowledge and potential in this field. Our task is to make it possible. Our mission is to provide practical, step-by-step assistance and teaching. We are honored to have Mr. Carl Vincent C. Perez, Mr. James Carlos Lo Chavez, and Mr. Miguel Zenon L. Saavedra. All of these are STEAM specialists in doing software development. Prepare yourself to get learn further, to be challenged, and even inspired. And before I hand over to Mr. Cameron Niebe, our host, who will outline the webinar's event, I want to say once more on behalf of University of Southeastern Philippines College of Information and Computing Graduate School, welcome. It's wonderful to virtually see so many of you here. Good morning. Sir Cameron?
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Engelbert, for those very insightful opening remarks. And at this juncture po, we shall proceed with the discussion proper. So our first guest speaker for today is proficient in cross-platform application development. He's also the president and CEO of Kairos Tech Corporation. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And today, he will share his knowledge about full stack web development using Vue.js. So to those who are aspiring to become web developers soon, ako, don't let this opportunity pass kasi this topic po is very important since one of the most widely used JavaScript frameworks in the IT industry is Vue.js. So ladies and gentlemen, di ko na to patatagalin pa. Please help me welcome our very first guest speaker for today, Mr. Carl Vincent C. Perez.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
And so, hi guys. Ayun, nice. So, So, hi guys, good morning. So, my name is Carl Vincent, Carl for short. So, I'm a full stack software developer, then also a freelancer and entrepreneur. And so, wait lang ah. So, ayan. So, for my topic is all about full stack web development. Oh, sorry. So if you have any questions on my background, you can ask me anytime in the chat box. So, okay. So for my topic, let me share my screen. Screen one, share. Hello? Wait lang. Option. Yan, share. Screen 2. Sorry. Ayan. So, can you see my screen now, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for my topic, it's full stack web development using Vue.js. So we will create an app using this technology. So for our introduction, what is Vue.js first? So Vue.js is a progressive JavaScript framework built in top of JavaScript. So if you're familiar with JavaScript frameworks like Angular React, Svelte, something like that. So it's built on top of JavaScript. Then, so okay. So after this, before we end this topic, we will show our created app using these technologies. So for our front end, we will use this tool. Then for our back end, we will use this. If you're familiar with this, um, Firebase, it's a NoSQL database. So it's baliwala siyang row and columns. So more on objects and arrays yung laman ng natin, database. So okay, wait lang. So okay. So what is full stack? Alam muna. So full stack is it's a matter of creating an application in communicating with front end and back end. Then, okay, wait lang. So first, okay. Um, as long as gagawin ko tong parang pinaka fundamentals and basic of the basics. So, wait lang papakita ko kung ano yung natin, final project natin. Then, okay. So, let me, okay, sorry. Uh, So, the final product ng topic natin. So, wait lang Okay, meron na pala ako. Okay. Okay. So, if I redirect. Okay, so this is our final product. Then I will share it to you guys later on. And I will upload this on a static hosting provider. So if I sign in here, I'm using Google Authentication. So we don't have any registration form. Then, and okay, so we will have an app like this, like retrieving posts from our server right here. So here, okay. Then if I post here, use app, something like that. Then post. If I reload this again, uh, here it is. So if I upload an image or remove, okay, post and reload, and here it is. So this is our final product to be used. So let's get started, guys. So sign out, and we will create this app from the very start, from the scratch. So mm, so first, um, open your terminal. It can be PowerShell, command prompt, or something like this. So I'm using WSL, which is Windows Subsystem for Linux. So I'm using Bash on Windows because some of my projects running on it. So if I direct on my here, so we will create. First, you need to install here. No, you need to have this. So download this LTS version. Then after that, you can install the Vue.js via npm. So what is npm? So npm is a package manager developed by Node.js. So you can have ability to install any dependencies or packages via its registry. So install. So how do we install this? So go to get started and installation. Then you can install this via script, something like the CDN or content delivery network, or importing it as a module here. So in our case, we will install this via npm install view. So npm package manager, then yung keyword na install, then view. So I think luma na to. So okay, so okay, after nyo i-install yung Node.js nyo, I open this. So after nyo install yung node nyo, we will install a Vue CLI. So how do we install it? So we will use the Vue CLI. So what is CLI? So it's for stands for command line interface, alternative for GUI, which is a graphical user interface. Okay. So get started. How do we install this? So wait lang. All right, here. So on your terminal, after you install Node.js, you can type npm install, and you can copy it at view forward slash CLI. Ay, oh. And don't be confused, guys. It's bash, you can use your normal CMD command prompt, something like this. You can do it like this at view /CLI. So, or you can use your PowerShell on Windows. Pare-pares lang sila ng command. So after you install this, in my npm install at view /CLI, then hyphen G for global. So it's a keyword for global. So we will install this package globally on our machine. So in my case kasi na-install ko na to. So after you install this, you can run view dash dash um, view dash dash version. No, view dash dash version. Okay. Then if you have a feedback like this already installed view. So ang gagawin natin is view create the name of your app. So in our case, so view keyword create, then we will call this USEP demo app. So before in other view CLI, we need to specify like webpack template. So in our case, it's a view CLI 4 point something. Parang ganun. So view create USEP demo app. Then hit enter. Guys, if masyadong mabilis yung demo ko, you can sabihan niyo ako para mabagalan ko siya konti. So ayun na. So we will manually select features. Then first, what is Babel for? It is a compiler for our JavaScript. Say webpack template. So we will use router for our routing configurations, then CSS preprocessors. So CSS preprocessors, para magkaroon tayo ng ability to use SAS, less, stylus, something like that. So linter for our linter for our clean code formatting. So after we select this space, okay, space, then okay, yeah, then okay, hit enter. Then you can use a view 2 or view 3. So in our case, we will use view 2. So I think para magets nyo lalo yung Vue.js, because view 3 will recommending you to have a knowledge on view 2. So view 2, okay. Then use history mode for router. So what does that mean? So later papakita ko sa inyo kung ano yung ibig sabihin yan, kasi we will have something like this on our routes. Wait lang. On our routes, something like this. Localhost slash yan. So this is our history mode. If we select the yes, why, this hash will be removed, and for no, this will be retained. So okay, in our case, we will use no. Then P kasi is CSS preprocessor. So we will use SAS, SCSS with Dart SAS. Okay. And we will select ESLint with error prevention only. So basics of the basics lang. So lint on save and in dedicated config files. Then save this no. So, wala namang ano special dito sa ano sa pag-create ng project, pero mas maganda na may knowledge kayo about creating your scaffolding your projects. So, that's the first thing. So, that's the first thing na kailangan yung matutunan for your development career. So, okay. Wala pa siya. So, installing. So, yun lang. If you have any questions, guys, you can ask me while we are installing this package. So, I think matagal siya. Pero, ayun, mabilis naman. So, can you hear me, guys? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, ayun. Chat. Okay. So, may mga question dito. Hindi pala siya question. Yes, guys, don't hesitate to contact me on chat box. Okay. Ano po mga advantages ni Vue.js? Wait lang, sorry hindi ko siya ano. Okay, sir, sorry late. Pwede mapahingi link for the Vue installer po. Sure. So first, I will send this on chat box, guys, kasi nagtatanong sila para aware sila. So may reply ba dito sa ano? Wala. So installer. That's it, guys. So before you install this, you need to install first the Node.js. Then after that, okay. So yes, sir, clear. Required ba, sir, mauna install yan Vue? Yes, cause we need to scaffold our project first. So if ayaw nyo naman ng ganun, pwede naman like creating in static file like index.html. Wait lang. Meron ba akong file na ganun? Kasi mas mapapadali kasi yung development if gagamit tayo ng tool like this. So, I think yun yung advantages ng ano. So, ano po ang advantages ni um hindi ko alam kung ano yung tamang sagot sa sir, ano po mga advantages ng Vue.js. Kasi pare-parehas lang naman yung mga JavaScript frameworks. But, uh, nagkakatalo lang sila dun sa syntax, then sa template engine nila, like other JavaScript frameworks like React and Angular using TypeScript. Don't confuse, guys, Vue.js can use TypeScript too. So, so meron po bang outline for this web? Okay, sorry. This file can harm this server when I attempt to download. Nope, hindi yan, I assure. So, nope. So, we're almost done. Makikita nyo, guys, kung ano yung kasi kung ano yung kinrate natin after this. Okay. So, we're done. So, we will head. Okay. We'll need to run this cd usef demo. We'll need to go our project. Then, okay. So code that for open our code editor. So in my case, I'm using Visual Studio Code. If okay lang naman kung anong preferred yung ano na editor, no problem yun. So if kung sanay kayo sa Sublime, Notepad++ or Notepad, okay lang. Or Atom, pwede yun. So, okay. Here it is, guys. So, okay. Sorry. Lumalabas kasi siya. Wait lang. Okay, so, wait lang ha. So, lakihan ko lang yung font. So, para makita nyo. Font. Um, lakihan ko lang yung font, guys, para yan. Okay. So, oh, where is it? So, okay. So, oh, okay. Dito na lang natin run yung terminal natin. Okay, dito na lang. So, if I run mpn run serve, okay, sorry. Nice, mas okay kasi medyo na ano, nagugulo na. Okay, thanks. Thanks Cameron. Okay, so we need to run this link localhost 8080. Okay. I will X this. Localhost 8080. Okay, so this is our main file, which is here. Okay, so if you can see this, okay. So the routes here, okay. So then first, we need to clean up this file. So para maging katulad siya nung pinakita ko sa inyo kanina. So first, wait lang open ko yung isa kong file. Okay. Nice. So, guys, so since this is full stack web development, we need to push this on our repository. So if you have a GitHub account, you can uh, sign up on this. Then you will install this tool, Git. Okay. So what is Git? It's a version controlling tool for managing our codes. So something like that. So create our app new. So we will call this USEP demo app. Then I think private muna. So okay. So I will cancel this first. Then run another. Okay. Then create repository. So repository name. Then choosing private and public. So I want to be this private first. Creating repository. Okay. Then how do we push this on our cloud? So first I will copy this, git remote add origin, then the link of our repository. So I'll paste this, enter, and git branch. Okay. Then git push. Dali lang siya, guys. So basta maging aware lang kayo sa mga tinatanong ng app. So if may error, lagi dapat aware. So, ayun, na-push na siya. So, if I refresh this page here, so nandito na yung app natin. So, we need to, okay, run this npm run serve. Okay. Then, ay, palitan lang natin yung ano, yung ibang files para maganda siya tingnan. Then guys, I will upload this in a static hosting provider para makapag-post din kayo. Sabay-sabay tayo. So, readme. Okay, so H3 align center. Okay, nothing special about it. So, okay na siya. So, sa public, okay. So, okay. Next, we will create our, wait lang. Okay. Tanggalin natin yung file. Ito. So, ito siya. Ito siya. So, gawin natin tong @. So, @ stands for SRC. So, okay, this directory. So, @ then, okay. Then, we will set up our CSS globally. So, how do we do it? Okay. CSS, I don't know. CSS folder. CSS folder, then new file. So app.scss. So since this is we select on our view CLI. Okay. Then okay. Okay. Remove natin yung iba. So remove tayo. Okay. We don't need this. Okay. So okay. We will just remove this and his. Okay. Then wait lang guys ah. Okay. So on our home, okay, we will need to delete this and this. Okay. Then remove natin yung about. So SRC. Remove natin yung about which is hindi natin kailangan. CD views. Okay. Na-remove na natin siya. Then on our router, so lang guys I need to, okay, @ then we need to get rid of this. Okay. Next on our router. Okay. Nice. Then on our CSS, so we need to import this. Okay, later. So components, we need to delete this. Okay. CD components. You can just delete it, guys. So here, rename. Where is it? Okay, delete permanently. So in my case, hello world. That view. Okay. then assets. So, tanggalin natin tong logo.png ni view. So, cd assets. Okay. So, wala na siya. Then, nag-run pa rin siya. Assets, components. Okay. Okay. Then, nice. So we're good to go. Okay. Hello, Eusebians. Okay, so okay. So next, I think okay na siya. So first we need to import. So how do we do that? I just go to Google Fonts. Mabagal siya. Okay, Google Fonts. Then ang preferred ko na Google Font para sa app natin is Quicksand. So click that and select this style. Select. Okay. Select. And import. So copy this and back to our code. Okay. Okay. Then we need to apply it on our app. So app. So saan ko siya nakita yung app? Bakit? So here. So ID app. Okay. Then on our public, it's okay. So this is the entry point of our Vue.js applications. So kapag naglagay tayo ng files outside of this, hindi siya mababasa as Vue hindi magra-run yung mga ano natin, Vue properties or Vue directive, something like that. So okay. So we need to copy this. Okay. Yan. Then okay, wala pa rin siyang pagbabago. Kailangan natin gawin is we need to import this file on our main.js. So, yung main.js natin, ito yung parang nag-handle ng buong file natin, like all configurations, kapag mag-install tayo ng component library. So, we need to import this. So, wait lang ha. Main.js. So, import. Okay. So, we need to import this. Import. Then, So at stands for src directory, guys. So at slash, then CSS, then app.scss. So when we save this, okay guys, okay na siya. So dagdag tayo ng iba pang styling sa app natin. Okay, then okay, dito balik tayo. Dagdag ko yung font color ni Vue.js. Okay. Okay na siya. Ayan. Hello, Eusebians. So, we're good to go na. So, how do we start our project? So, we need a component library for our fast development. So in our case, we will use, since familiar naman lahat dito, para maging madali. We will use Bootstrap, Bootstrap View. Okay. Hello. So, hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we will using this component library. So don't be confused, guys. There's a tons of component libraries out there. Alongside with Vue.js, you can use um, Beautify, Quasar, ano pa ba? Element, then ito, Element, okay, hindi yan. So Element, ano pa ba? Okay na yan. So how do we install this component library? So go to get started and I had to view CLI 3. Okay. Then we need to install this. So familiar naman kayo dito, no? And kasi sinabi ko na to kanina. So you need to install Node.js first kasi magagamit nyo siya globally sa kahit anong projects nyo. So hindi lang naman ito yung package manager na available sa internet. So you can use Yarn, Composer, or Dart. So we need to install this, copy this, npm install Bootstrap View. Okay. Okay. We need to install this. Okay, so npm install bootstrap dash view. Okay na yan. So wag yung lalagyan ng dash g kasi gusto lang natin dito lang siya ma-import sa project natin. So npm install bootstrap view. Okay. Then after we install this, we need to apply this. We need to use the CSS libraries of Bootstrap. Okay. So just wait. Madali lang to guys. Hindi kayo mahihirapan galawin to. Sobrang view to lang naman tong gagamitin natin. So, okay na siya. So, pero kapag pumunta ako ng components, on button, and something, copy lang ako ng ganito. B button for our testing purposes. Okay? So, back. Hindi siya gumagana. So, we need to import the library first on our. So, how do we do that? Go to main.js and install our dependencies. So copy here. Copy that and okay. Then the Bootstrap plugin, Bootstrap View plugin. So enter and okay. So we need to use these two plugins from Bootstrap View. So view.use. So saan yan? Ito. View.use from view, then use keyword. Okay. Ayan. Then if I get back to our project, okay na siya. So nakagamit na tayo ng kahit anong components sa kanya. So we can use something like this. Okay. So sabihin natin gusto nyo gumamit ng card. Copy this. Simple as that. Then use home and paste. Then meron na kayong card. Ganun lang. So yan yung advantages ng paggamit ng component library. So mapapabilis yung development nyo, then hindi nyo na kailangan mag-focus masyado dun sa styles. So if ever na wala naman dun yung hinahanap nyo dito sa component library na to, pwede naman kayo mag-import pa ng another third-party libraries na hindi sakop na itong ng Bootstrap View. So delete na natin yan. Okay. Delete na natin yan since tapos na tayo dyan. Then, okay. Umpisahan natin yung development natin. Pag-create ng login. Login muna tayo. So, first, we need to create our file. So, login.view. Okay. Then, template. Okay. Oops. I think ayan. So, you need to type this template and end tag yan. Div. Okay. So, sabihin natin login. Then, change our route. Add natin tong routes na to. Bagong routes sa router index.js. Then, copy this. Then, okay. Okay, router. Okay. So, slash our directory. Then, ito, home. Then, login. So, component. So, we need, I will use dynamic import. So, kapag nag-load, ano yung dynamic import? Ang dynamic import kasi, static import is ganito. So, importing this first, then calling this name, then pasting this. So, gagamitin ko yung static import. So, dynamic import. So, ano yung use ng dynamic import? Dynamic import is maglo-load lang siya once na tinawag na natin yung routes na yun. So, in our case, kapag pumunta tayo dito, doon niya lang tatawagin yung component na to. Right? Unlike dito, ang ginagawa niya dito is, pagka-load ng file, niloload niya na to, then kinukuha niya na lang yung directory. So, medyo mabigat sa file natin yan. So, best practices para sa akin is paggamit ng dynamic import. So, mali. Import, then, yung directory nito. So, ganun lang ulit, @views /login.view. Okay. Then, change this to login. Ayun, nandito na siya. So, if I go to home, oops, wala tayong routes. Wala nakalagay dun. Okay, home. Para makita nyo. Ayan, home. So, if I go back, okay. So, mas madaling mag-create ng routes, application routes natin. So, okay. We're done. Then, home. Login. So, login. Views, login. Okay. So if familiar na kayo sa Bootstrap, nag-uumpisa siya lagi sa container right, di ba? So in our case, gagamitin natin yung layout and grid system ni Bootstrap Views. Similar on this. So gagawin lang natin is b container. We will wrap this in, then b row. Ayan. Then vehicle. Vehicle. Okay. Medyo ano yun na. Okay. Then test. Okay, ayun na siya. So, kapag naglagay na tayo dito, explain ko na lang sa inyo, guys. So, para hindi na ako mag-hard code, ipipaste ko na lang siya dito. Okay, B card. So, okay. Ayan. So, wait lang. Tanggalin muna natin to. Hindi. Para mag-gets nyo. So, gagamitin natin is B card. So, guys, yung mga ginagamit kong components, available yun dito. So, B card, sabihin natin B button, available yun dito, guys. So, sa akin kasi meron na akong file kaya doon ako naka-reference. So, B card, if I save this, ayun siya, B card. Okay. Then, I want to offset this B card. Okay. Oops. Okay. Then, para mag-center siya. Nice. So, anong ginagawa nito? So, we will offset this in a medium view. Then, we will give this a padding of top 3. So, paano yan? So, dito yan, padding. So, kapag naglagay ako ng sabihin natin 5, ayun, bumababa siya. So, balik natin yan. Okay, so kapag ni-resize ko siya, naka-center na lang siya. Yun, okay na yan. So, para hindi na tayo gumamit ng marami pang class. So, next, we will style our card. Lagyan natin siya ng text center siya. Ay, shadow. Ay, sorry. Shadow. Shadow SM. So, ayan, para may shadow siya na maliit. Or kapag gusto niyo na standard, ayan, mas makapal. Or shadow SM. Meron ding shadow LG. Yan. So available lahat ng utilities classes nito guys sa sa Bootstrap. So Bootstrap View and Bootstrap. Then we will use Shadow SM. Okay? Yan. Then we need to okay. Oops. Okay, div. Div, we will give this h5. H5, then strong for we will transform this in a bold typography. Then welcome to USEP portal. Then small and continue. Continue with your Google credentials. Okay. Ayun siya. So, center natin siya. So, how do we do that? Text, center. Nice. Then, we will give this a break line. Nice. Okay na siya. So, lagay tayo ng button dito. Yung katulad ng pinakita ko sa inyo kanina. So, copy lang tayo ng button dito. Ayan. B button. Copy lang yan. So, ayun na siya. Diba? Bilis lang. Button. Then, variant info. So, variant means bibigyan natin siya kulay. So, info. Ayan. So, pwede rin namang danger for red property. Then, success for green. Ayan. So, in our case, we will use info. Yan. Okay, nice. Then, I need to block this. I need to maximize the width of our button. So, let me style this first. So, sign in with Google. Sign in with Google. Okay, nice. Then, block props. Yan, block lang, something. Because it's nice. Then, we need to import, wait lang. Okay, so I need to apply a margin bottom here. Okay, so how do we, so class, margin bottom 4. Margin or padding, something like that. Margin bottom, and we will give this 4. Okay, okay yan. Okay na yan. Then, I think nakapag-install tayo ng, hindi siya tayo nakapag-install. So, we will install a package for our icons. So, ang napili kong icon is MDI. So, para mabilis tayo. npm, ganun lang din. Oops. Okay. npm install, ganun lang din. npm install, then at mdi/font. Okay na yan. So, here this guys, mdi. Okay, sorry. Material design icons. Ito siya. So, while still we're waiting. Okay siya. Ito siya, guys. Okay, ito siya. npm install MDI font. So, it's a bunch of icons like font awesome, line awesome, ano pa ba? Okay na yan. So, okay na yan. So, how do we use that on our package? So, okay, MDI font. Nasa dependencies na siya. So, main.js. Okay. Okay, ganun lang din uli. Install natin siya by, okay, ito. Ito siya. Import. So, nandito siya. Node modules, MDI. Nasa na yan? At MDI. Ayun, MDI fonts. Okay, CSS font. Ito yung kukunin natin. So, back tayo dyan. At /MDI font /CSS/material design icons. That's CSS. Okay na? Okay. Then, how do we use, okay. Gawa lang tayo ng span. Dito. Okay, dito. Dito natin siya ilalagay. Span with the class of MDI first, then MDI / Google. Okay. Then, ayan. May ano. You can use any other components, icons, something like this. Facebook. Ayan. Or, pa ba? Okay na yan. So, Google. Then, lagay tayo ng margin dito. Between icon and letter S. So, margin right, then I think 2. Yan, okay na yan. So, lagay tayo dito para mukhang professional yung natin, app natin. So, under our card, yan, P, paragraph tag, then small, then copy lang natin tong University of South. Yan. And paste natin siya dito, then that HTML entity, yung end copy, yung mga ganyan. So, 2020. That. Okay. So, yan siya. Center natin siya. Paano tayo mag-center? Text center lang ulit. Yan. Nice. Then, lagay tayo ng margin sa top. Ganun lang ulit. Margin, top. And, kung ilan yung natin, ilalagay nating margin. So, 2. Okay. Nice. Okay na yan. Okay. So, we need the USEP logo. Okay. Above here. So, wait lang. Copy ako ng file. So, projects. Okay. Okay, nice. So, nilagay ko siya sa assets logo.png. Ayan. So, paano natin siya gagamitin? Okay. We will wrap this first in a div element. Then, bigyan natin img tag. Okay. Then, lagay tayo na. Then, enter. 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 Then, paano natin siya ilo-locate? Ganun lang uli. At /. So, at src /assets /logo.png. So, ayun siya. Nandiyan na siya. So, lagyan natin ito ng at logo ng width of 150, then a class of img fluid. So, yung img fluid, it comes from Bootstrap, guys. Ayan, ayun na siya. So, I think lagay tayo ng margin sa baba. Dito natin siya ilagay. The class of margin bottom 4. Ayan, okay na siya. So, if okay. I think, tingnan natin siya kung okay na siya. Okay. Okay. Okay na siya. So, we're done on our login page. So, for our test purposes, if I click this, I want to go in home directory. So, how do we do that? We will use the router. We will use the view router. So, we need to use @click or von. This is a directive. Okay. Click functionality, then function. This is a function, callback function. Then router, $ router, then push. Then single quote / home. Okay. Okay na siya. So nagre-redirect siya dun. So ganyan muna gawin natin. So may shorthand dito sa vOnClick, which is @click. Mas mabilis siya. Okay na. Yan. So sign in with Google. Okay na. Nice. Next, create tayo ng create na natin yung home natin. Home. Para mabilis. Yan. Nakakasunod ba kayo, guys? Hello? Sabihin niyo kung ano, medyo mabilis. Para. So, sa home, since home, nandiyan na siya, ang gagawin lang natin dyan is, we will create a reusable components. So, how do we do that? So, create a file in components. Then, I think, create, ano siya, post. Wait lang. Mas okay yan. Post.view. Okay? Post.view. So, paano natin siya i-reuse? Okay. Post. Okay. So, ganun lang uli. Copy na lang natin yun para mabilis. Yan. So, same thing goes here. Copy lang natin yan. Then, paste it on here. Ayan. So, may post na tayo. So, hindi siya nagte-take effect. So, i-home natin. Tanggalin na natin to. Hindi pa rin niya nagte-take effect. So, if I inspect console, wala siyang error. So post. Okay. So, wala pa rin siya. So, ang kailangan natin is, we need to import this file into here. Okay, guys. So, home. Go to home.view. Then, wait lang. Okay. So, create a script file. Then, give it a name. So, sabihin natin, okay. Home. Then, okay. We need to import this post file into our home file. So, import post from @/components, since nasa components siya, components /post.view. Then magko-complain yan. Okay, post is defined but never used. So we need to import it on our file. So v components. Okay, v components. Then copy this components and we need to use this. So post. Yan. So okay na siya. Ayun na siya. Post. So dito na tayo mag-edit. So ang ginawa natin, we created a reusable component for our single file component view applications. So, okay. So, sa home natin, in-import na natin yung post. So, dito na tayo. So, if ever na, kung ano man gawin natin dito, nagte-take effect siya dito sa home natin. Okay? Then, ayun siya. So, guys, yun nga pala, ang kagandahan kaya kapag gumagamit tayo ng Vue CLI is may hot reload siya. So, if I change this into hot reload, nagbabago agad siya. So, yun yung kagandahan kapag gumagamit tayo ng mga CLI tool. So proceed. Next, create tayo ng B-card. B-card ulit. B-card with a class of, wait lang. B-card with a class of shadow, ganun ulit. Shadow SM. Then, lagyan natin siya ng margin bottom 3 para kapag nag-iterate tayo. So, mamaya may kita niya yan. Ito, indent natin yan. Okay na siya, ayun na siya. So, if I back, okay, nandun na siya. And, okay, mamaya na natin to i-break. Okay, nice. Then, we will use media component from Bootstrap View. So, where it is here. So, we need to use this on our application. So, how do we use that media? Okay. Okay. B media. Tama. B media nga. B media. Then, template. Since sabi niya dito is template aside. Okay. So, gamit tayo template. Okay. Ay, wait lang. Wala siyang template, then with the hash of aside. So, if I enter this, nandun siya sa gilid. So, then we need to use img tag, image tag. Then, for our source, alt muna. Oops. Alt is equals to image. Okay, ayun na siya. Then, yung src natin, siguro gamit muna ako ng static file. So, wait lang Kuha muna ako ng static file from other frameworks. So, static image. Para mabilis. Okay. Ito siya. Then, paste natin yung link dito. Then, ayun na siya. So, we will give this a width of 64. Ayan. Then, gusto ko siya nakabilog. So, we will give this a class of rounded circle. Ayun siya, rounded circle. Then, img thumbnail. Para meron siyang parang small border outside. So, ayan. Then, img fluid. So, ayan. Okay na yan. So, guys, responsive dot. So, no worries if you're using any component library. Then, img fluid. Next, we need outside of our template, lagay tayo ng name niya dito. So, sabihin natin h6. Sabihin natin hello. Yan. So, kunyari nandiyan na siya. So, I think gawa natin siya ng gawin natin siyang bold. So, strong. Ganun lang. So if you have a knowledge on HTML and CSS, hindi kayo mahihirapan masyado dito kasi ganun lang naman to compose. So ayun na siya. Okay. Next. So for our content here. Okay. So wait lang. I will give this a class of margin top 0. Okay. Then p tag for our content. Ayan. So meron na tayong post. Ganun lang siya guys. So pwede natin siyang gawan ng bmedia. Okay. Pwede tayong mag-create uli ng bmedia. Okay, ganun ulit. Bmedia under our bmedia. Oh, wait lang. Okay, mali. Nested. So, under this, okay. Bmedia. Okay. Then, paste tayo uli ng img tag. So, ayoko na siyang lagyan ng alt since may problem ako dyan before sa mga posted. So, saan ako kukuha ng ano? Dito na lang ako kukuha ng picture. Okay. Dito ako kukuha ng picture. Okay, wait lang ha. Save, open image in new tab. Okay. So, paste ko yan. Okay, so, nasira siya. So, ito yung use ng paggamit ng Bootstrap utilities. So, since nasira siya, we need to import on our class img fluid. Nice. Then I want this a little bit rounded. So, rounded. If I go to rounded circle, yan. So, rounded, okay na yan. Ayan. So, meron na tayong post. Ayan guys. Sa tingin ko, doble na lang natin. Pero okay na yan. So, we need to create our navbar para meron siyang dito, navbar. So, para makapag-sign out tayo. Wait lang ha. Oops. Okay, navbar. Navbar.view. Ganun ulit. We will create our reusable component, then we will import it on our home directory. Okay? So, ganun lang para na-structure natin yung file. Kasi pag pinagsama-sama natin siya dito, like kinapin natin siya dito, then pinis natin siya dito, then may navbar pa tayo sa taas, medyo parang na siyang mahirap na siya i-maintain. So, mas maganda, best practices is using reusable components. So, navbar. Okay, ganun ulit. VBase. So, ganun lang yun guys template, ganun lang. Kasi may ginagamit akong, ayan, then div. Yan, ganyan lang. Then, gagamit tayo ng navbar, which is here. Okay, gagamitin natin to. So, for the basic, ito yung gagawin lang natin. Ito lang. So, bnavbar. So, enter. Ang gawin natin is bnavbar. Oops. Bnavbar. Then, okay na yan. Wait lang. Okay, hindi siya nagte-take effect. Import natin siya. So, kapag dito natin siya in-import, wait lang para mabilis. Yan. So, kapag dito natin siya in-import, doon siya mag-appear sa taas. So, navbar. Then, navbar. Okay. Then, copy, and comma, and copy. Doon siya mag-appear sa taas kasi navbar and post. So, dapat mag-appear na yan. Hindi pa rin siya nag-appear. So, wait lang save. Okay, gumalaw na siya. So, kailangan natin siya ng lagyan ng okay, okay. Variant, X na natin yan. Okay, so lagyan natin siya ng variant. So, alam niyo na yung variant guys, di ba? Color yan. So, variant, light. Ayun na siya, yung maliit na nasa taas. Variant light, then type, which is light. Then, lagay tayo ng shadow para kita naman siya. Shadow, small shadow. Ayan, kita na siya. Then, if fix top, para when we scroll our content, it stay on the top. Okay, yan na guys. So, if I scroll up, ayun siya. Ayun, nice. Kita siya. So, mamaya may kita niyo yan. So, import tayo ng ano ng logo natin dito. So bnavbar, ganun ulit, bnavbar, then brand. Okay. Then href. Okay. Then img tag, ganun ulit. img tag. Okay. Then alt for logo. Check. Ayun. Okay na siya. Nag-take effect. So, at slash assets, then logo.png. Ayun lang siya. Uy, hindi siya nagte-take effect. Ayun siya, masyado siyang malaki. So, give this a width of 150. Yan. Then, IMG with the class of IMG fluid. Then, okay na siya. So, medyo nakaangat siya. Since sign out our account. So, nice. Okay, may umaraw dun. Binabar dash nav. Okay. Then, with the class of ML auto. So, margin left auto. Nandun na yan sa dulo. So, mamaya, wait lang ha. Para makita nyo. Bnav item for drop down, for our drop down. So, drop down. So, we'll give this a props of right. Ayun. Ayun na siya. Ayun. So, yan, bilis lang kapag may gamit tayong component library. So, okay. We'll give a template. Template of template, then hashtag button content. Then, my account. I think okay na yan. Ayun siya, my account. Then, lagay tayo ng sign out button underneath. So, B drop down. Oops, B drop down item. Okay, then we'll give this a text of sign out. Okay. Ayun na siya, sign out. So, if ayun na, meron na siya. So, working na siya. And, I think okay na yun. So, okay. 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 Same as goes. May natin gawin yan. Okay. Then, we need to create our postcard. I mean, we will need to create our card for posting our content. So, same goes. Create a file. Create post under components folder. Then create post.view. Okay. Then create post. Okay, then import this again on our home file. So, ayan. Uh, the shortcut key guys, Control Shift D para aware kayo. Click, then Alt, hold Alt button, click and click, then Control Shift D. Nice. Then create post. Yan. Create post. Then same goes here. Pwede rin namang wait lang. Okay, ganito. Create post. Then lagay tayo template with the div element, then create post. Okay, basta nandiyan sa taas. So gawin natin is same goes. Copy ito. Since this is our templated components, so ganyan lang din gawin natin, pero hindi natin siya lalagyan nito. Yan, nice. So okay, nice. Okay. So tingnan natin siya. Nandun siya sa taas. So paano natin siya makikita? I think lagay tayo ng faded dito para makita nyo muna siya. Ayun siya. So balik natin yan. Okay, light. Then lagay tayo dito ng padding top of 5 and margin top of 5 para mag-appear siya. Ayun siya. So nandun na siya. So kapag may nilagay ako dito sa B card, create post. Okay. Nice. Ayun na siya. So hopefully guys nakakasunod kayo kasi medyo madali lang to para sa hindi na natin ginamitan ng ibang kung ano-ano to. Basta best practices on creating view applications lang. So create post. So ayun na siya. So delete natin yan. Ganun uli. Create lang tayo uli ng gayahin lang natin to. May logo tayo dito, then hello. Okay. Mali ito. Ba't may hello doon? Sabihin natin ganyan. And wala siyang ganito. Ayan, nice. So doon natin gagawin yun. So copy na lang natin tong vMedia sa post natin, sa post.view natin. Then paste. Okay. Then I think baguhin natin yung image para makita nyo maigi. Then palitan natin to. Kuha ko ng pangalan dito. Cameron. Yan. And sorry, yan, gumamit tayo ng pangalan. Then palitan natin to ng text area then na button. So gawin natin is kuha tayo dun sa input. So where is it? Ayun, form text area. So ganito lang kukunin natin para makapag-type tayo nito. So B form text area, kakopy natin yan. So paano nila ginawa yun? Ganun lang uli. Dito, gawin natin tong hello. Hello. Then may exclamation point. Yan. Nice. Then tanggalin natin yung image. Okay. Then palitan natin to ng text area. So paano yan? Delete natin yan. Then B form text area. Ay, mali. Okay. Then okay na yan. Placeholder. Mali. Placeholder. Then what's on your mind? That. So ayun na siya. So I don't want to be resized. Yan, so, lagay tayo ng props na no resize. Ayan, so hindi na natin siya nare-resize. Wait lang guys. Ayun. Give a props of rows of 3. Okay, then para meron siyang specific width lang kasi pag nilagay natin 6, wait lang. Rows 3, okay. 3 na yan. Then, okay. Okay na, kapag-type na tayo. Oops. Then, we'll need a button right here. So, same goes guys. So, under B media, we'll wrap this in a div element. Then, we'll give this a class of margin top of 3. Then, okay. Okay, then button, same goes. B button, wait lang. Ayun. B button, variant info. Wait lang. Post. Ayun siya. So, I want it here on the right. So, float, right. Ayan. Then, so for our main theme, we will using again variant info. Ayun. Then, okay. Okay na yan. Okay. Nice. Then, give a input file right here. So, wait lang. So, wait. Okay. Back to our code. Copy this. Then, paste it right here. And, okay. I will give this a icon of class of MDI hyphen image. Then, text. Okay. Okay. Para makita nyo. Ayan. So, text info. I want it like secondary. Tama ba? Okay, light. Ganun lang siya. So, I want this on a text info para magbago yung kulay. Nice. Then, lagay tayo ng okay. Ng class niya dito. Class of margin right 2. Okay, nice. Nakita niyo yun. Ayun siya. So, umurong margin right 2. Then, next. Okay na yan. So, kailangan nakakapag ano siya, input file. So, how do we do that? Input. We will use the HTML5 input type file. Here, then, I think I don't need it. So, input type file, then we will accept only image only, /all, then I think so. Ang pangit naman kung nandiyan siya, di ba? So, gawa tayo ng class natin na nakatago siya. So, we will give this a class name of file picker behavior. So, copy that, then go to our CSS file, then create a new class, then display none. Okay. Okay, wala na siya doon. Pero, kailangan maklik natin siya, mag-take effect dito sa button na to. Okay. Then, so how do we do that? We will give this a v- uh, view directive. So, okay. Mali. Dito. So, at click. So, I will give this a function name of file picker. File picker. Then copy that. Then create a script here. Name it as create post. Then create a options property. Okay. V methods. Okay, sorry. Para mag-gets nyo. Methods. Then file picker function. Okay. Then try muna natin kung nakiklik natin siya. Test. Click. Okay. So if I click it. Uy, ano nangyari doon? Hmm, okay. If I click it. Okay. Our function is triggered. So I want this to be triggered. So how do we do that? We will give this a wait lang. Okay. We will give this a ref stands for reference. So file ref. So how do we click it? So in this function, we will use okay. This dot dollar sign refs. Then the name of our ref. So oops, file ref. That click. Then that's it. Okay. Then ayun na siya. Nati-trigger na natin siya na wala na yung file chooser natin dito. Ang pangit kasi sa UI natin. So okay na siya. Nati-trigger na natin siya. Nice. Next, kailangan natin gawin dito is we need oops. Okay. Wait lang ha. Okay. We'll give this an event of at change of file selected. Then copy this and create another function. File selected. Then okay. We will pass a parameter of e. Pakita natin ha. So console.log e. So okay. So parang okay. May error siya. Failed to mount component template or render. Not defined. Lang ha. Sa atin ba yan? Okay, okay na pala siya. So if I and kailangan magiget natin image. So if I click this, ito na image. So kailangan natin yung target lang. So how do we get the image file? So file selected. So we will give this a conditional rendering, which is if else, then e.target we will locate on our file name files, then an array of 0. Okay, the first element of an array, so of our array. So we will store this. So copy this, then we will store okay image file. Okay, then we will create an so I think para mabilis tayo, I will install another package for compression of our project of our images. So npm install and browser image compression. So try to search it guys, browser image compression. Then hopefully, so while we installing this package, we will create a object of, okay, we will create an object of options. Then max size MB is equals to 1. Then max width or height, tama? Tama, mali. Or height 920. Then, guys, makikita nyo to saan nila, sa NPM packages. So, may sinusundan lang din ako na package nila dito. So, use web worker equals to true. Then, ang gagawin natin, okay, done na. So, how do we use that? First, import the image compression. Import image compression from yung in-install natin, browser image compression. Nice. Then, okay. Image compression, then this is a function, then we will pass the parameters of image file, which is this. Okay, nice. Then second parameter, which is our options object. Then this is a promise. Then we will then we will get store the result here, compressed. Wait lang. Okay, compressed file. Then this is a callback function. Okay, then image compression. Then we will get the get data URL from file. So we will convert our file from binary to base64. So papakita ko sa inyo kung ano yun. So mas madali ito para ma-send natin yung mabilis yung mga file natin via HTTPS. So get data from URL. Then this is a method, compress, papasa natin yung file, which is this. Then this is a promise. Okay, then we will store this on our function, encoded file, then arrow function. Then gawa tayo dito ng reactive data, which is data. Then we will return it as an object. Then image data. Okay, then we'll call this image data is equals to encoded file. Okay, nice. Then we will catch an error if there's an error. Okay, console.log error.message. Okay, nice. So that's it. So image data. Wait lang. Okay. Okay. We set the property name and the value of null. So pakita ko sa inyo kung ano yung naging conversion niya dito. So if I select the file, okay, dapat pala i-console ko siya. This that image data. Okay. So console natin siya para makita nyo. Console. Ayun siya. So yung image natin converted na into base64. So mas mapapadali yung loading natin sa image niyan kasi para hindi na mabigat. So delete ko na yan. Okay. Next. Paste natin siya dun sa file natin. Wait lang. Okay. So paste ko na lang to. Vform text area. Sa baba niya. Okay, dito. So we will sort and give it a image fluid class around the data na nakuha natin from here. Okay. Okay. Lagyan natin siya ng VIF. So if walang laman yung data natin, hindi siya mag-a-appear kasi nag-a-appear siya right now. So if I save it, okay. So Okay, select. Okay, ayun siya. So, nagpe-paste siya agad. So, try. Then, gagawa tayo ng button for removing the image. Okay, para mabilis. We create a B button, then a color of danger, then V if image. Okay, tanggalin mo natin to. Then, remove image. Create tayo ng another function for removing the image. Okay. Then, this that image data is equals to null. Okay. So, ayun siya. Ayun, yun. So, V if image data is equals to true, hindi siya lalabas. Kung may laman lang siya, doon lang siya lalabas. So, punta tayo dito. Click tayo ng isa. Ayun siya, doon lang siya lumalabas. So, pangit. Lagyan natin siya ng margin dito. Margin left dito. Margin left 2. Ay, sorry. Ayun siya. So, if I remove and ayan, ganun lang. Nag-work na siya. Remove and select or I can select. Okay, ganun lang. So, next. Next, create na tayo ng post. Okay na siya. Tapos create na tayo ng Firebase account natin. Set up tayo server. Then, first, you need to install npm Firebase. Okay. Okay, ganyan lang. npm install Firebase para magamit natin yung buong server natin. So, npm install Firebase. Then, while Firebase is installing, create another folder for Firebase. Then, yan. Create init.js. Yan. Oops. So, okay. Import Firebase from Firebase/apps since we are using ES5 to ES6 module. So, import. Ang gagamitin lang natin is Firebase Firestore. Import Firebase auth. Okay, nice. Then, oops. Nangyari dito. Nangyari dun. Okay, wait lang. Okay. So, ang gawin natin, ba't hindi siya nag-i-install? Hindi siya nag-i-install. So, we will create an object of config. Then, saan natin makikita yung mga config natin? Dito natin makikita yun sa server natin. Project settings. Then, copy lang natin tong nasa, tagal ah. Ito, config, then copy natin to. Copy. Okay. Then, paste it on here. Then, cons Firebase up, then call our Firebase, which is here, Firebase dot initialize up, then we will pass our config object, then export default para magamit natin siya outside of our project, then Firebase up. Okay, nice. Okay na. So first, we imported the Firebase. Tapos ang gagamitin lang natin is yung Firebase Firestore for our storing our data. Then yung authentication. Then config, which is from here para makakonect tayo sa server natin. Then Firebase.initialize app. Then ipapasa natin yung config object. Then i-store natin sa Firebase app in a constant variable, then i-export default natin siya dito. Okay? Then, how do we use that? Simple lang din. Import lang uli natin sa ano natin, sa main.js. So, import at /firebase /init.js. Okay. So, wait lang natin tong matapos. Yun na siya. Malapit na siya matapos. Nice. Tapos na siya. So, and if I save it, okay na siya. So, done na tayo sa pag-create ng Firebase. Ayun na siya. Then, next. Okay. Oops. Okay. Next natin gagawin is create tayo ng login dito. Gagamitin na natin yung Google Authentication. So, puntahan lang kayo ng Authentication, then sign in method, and pili lang kayo ng sign in provider nyo, which is, in our case, we will use Google provider, then enable and save. Then that's it. Back to our code, login, then dito, at click, then we will give a sign in function, create a script, give it a name of login, then create methods property, then create a function of sign in. Okay, then madali lang yan, punta lang tayo. So, import muna natin Firebase natin. Import Firebase from Firebase/app, then wait lang, Firebase, okay, Firebase.auth.google, okay, ayun na siya. Then this is a function, then i-store natin siya sa constant variable, which is provider. Okay, next, Firebase.auth, okay, auth is a function of Firebase, so that sign in, ang gagamitin natin is sign in with pop-up. Ayun. Sign in with pop-up. Then, pasa natin provider variable natin, which is ito. Then, this is a promise. Then, callback function. Okay. Then, if there's an error, catch natin siya. Then, paste natin siya dito. Error. Then, error.code. Okay. Next, error.message. Oops. Then, store natin sila sa variable na error code. Yan. Const error message. Then, gamitin natin sila. Log error code. Tapos, concatenate natin. Wait lang. Okay. Oops. Okay. Error.message. Okay, nice. So, then, if this is success, we will push this route to our router.push/home. Okay, nice. So, if I go back here, balik tayo dito muna. Kasi wala pa siya. So, sign in. Okay, wala pang sign in. Oops, hindi siya nagte-take effect. Okay. Ba't hindi siya nagte-take effect? Sign in with me. Tama naman. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir? Okay, nawala ata ako. Sige, go.
Yes.
Tuloy natin. So, lapit naman na tayo. So, back to our login. I think okay na siya. Kailangan lang natin ng sign out sa navbar natin. So, back, ha? Ay, sorry. Share screen. Screen to. Share. Nice. Nakikita na? Nice. Sige, go. So, back to our navbar. Okay. Para mabilis lang tayo. We'll give a at click sa down. Okay. We will give a function of sign out. Okay. Then create a script. Name it as navbar. Then methods. Then create a function of sign out. Then import. Okay. Then import Firebase first para magamit natin yung mga Firebase utilities. Firebase from Firebase app. Then Firebase that sign out. Okay, then this is a promise base, so that then callback function. Then this that push natin to if saan tayo pupunta. So push to home directory /. Then if there's an error, we will catch this via. Okay. Then I think copy na lang din natin yung ginawa nating error message kanina para mabilis. Oops. Yan. So if I sign out here, ayun, then sign in again. Naka-sign in na kasi ako dito. Yan, kaya ayun. So ang gagawin ko na lang dito is, since okay na siya, okay na siya, gagawin natin is, we will create our navigation guard para hindi na kapag naka-login siya, hindi siya pwedeng bumalik dun sa home, okay? So we will create our navigation guard. So dito natin siya gagawin sa routes. So sa routes, kasi so as of now kasi bumabalik siya eh. Ayan, oh. So ayaw natin yan. So ang gagawin natin dito is medyo mahaba-haba to, pero I think gawin na natin. So router that before each of our router, then there's a 3 parameters here, then it's a callback function. Okay, then if gawin natin if 2 match. Okay, lagyan muna natin to ng ito. So requires auth true yung home natin, then ito requires guest. Nice. So if parang requires auth natin is true, then requires guest is true. Okay. To match, dito tayo. To match some record. Okay. Then record that meta, which is here, that requires auth. Okay. So check natin if nakalagin sila. If hindi nakalagin, if not, import muna natin Firebase natin dito. So import since gagamitin natin yung Firebase utilities dito. Import Firebase from Firebase app. If not log in siya dito, firebase.auth.current user, okay. Kailangan natin siyang i-redirect to so next, this is an object, then path of slash. Okay, so i-redirect natin siya sa sign in natin. Then query is an object, then redirect. Wait lang. Redirect to full path. That full path. Okay, nice. Then next or else next, just next. Then next else if. Okay. Ganun ulit, copy lang natin to. Pero ang gagawin natin is requires guest naman. If nakalagin siya, yan. If nakalagin siya, tapos copy na natin tong isa. Oops. Wait lang. Ayan. So, if ito gagawin natin. Kakopy natin to. Then, baliktad naman to. If nakalagin siya, redirect natin siya sa home. Then else, then dito, else, next. Nice. So dito ang ginawa niya is if may requires auth true niya, tapos if nakalagin, hindi siya nakalagin, we will redirect the user to the sign in page. Else if nakalagin na siya, i-redirect natin siya sa home. So okay, save. Okay, so walang error. So sign in using Google Authentication. Okay, so if I go back, hindi na ako makakabalik. Ayan. So, kahit anong balik ko. So, I need to sign out. Pero hindi na rin ako makakabalik. Nice. Exit. Nice. So, okay na tayo dyan. Okay, we're done on our auth guard. Navigation guard. Nice. Next. May current bug to which is eto siya. Sign in ako. Then, ito. If I refresh this, yan, bumabalik ako siya sa home. So, we will fix that bug. So, first, punta tayo sa main.js. Import natin yung Firebase dito. Since from Firebase app, then this will be our main entry point on our view applications. Since mount, then up. Okay. Then we will create a variable up. Then, oops, Firebase.auth, ganun ulit, since authentication, auth, that on auth state change. This function will be our, magli-listen siya if nakalagin na siya or hindi. So, parang ganun. So, this is a callback function, then arrow function, then if, ayan, if not up, which is this, we will store this on our, ayan. So, kung nasa ang directory tayo, dun niya ilalapag yung app natin. Okay. Okay. So, ayun. So, if I refresh this again, nice. Hindi ako makakabalik. So, we're done on here. Next, we need to retrieve the post from our server. So, how do we do that? We will, wait lang. Go back to our post. Okay. Post, then create a script file. Give it a name again. String, then post, then import again. Import Firebase. Firebase from Firebase app. Okay. Then, okay, create a methods for getting the post. Okay. Create a function for getting the posts. Okay, next. Firebase that Firestore, since we're storing our data on our Firestore here. So Firestore, Firebase that Firestore. Nice. That that collection. So the name of our table, something like that, which is here post. So post. Then I think order by to order by our data descending. So created at, so I created a bunch of data here. Created at, so created at, then we want this on descending. Then that get, then that then. This is a promise base. Okay, okay. Then store natin yung data na nakuha natin here. Okay. Okay. Wait lang. I think hindi na. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Overtime na ako. Sorry. Hindi ako aware dun ah. Wait lang.
So, okay lang, sir. Wrap
Hmm?
up lang siguro.
Sige po. Ano po? Ano po? Hello?
Wrap up lang po siguro.
Mm. Sige po. Hello? So, I think medyo summarize ko na lang siya. Pero ayun nga, hindi natin hindi natin nakarating lang tayo dun sa pag-get lang ng post eh. I mean, create lang ng account. So, if okay, proceed na tayo sa ano. I think masyado ako nasobrahan sa ano ko, sa presentation ko. Wait lang. See guys, if you have any questions para hello?
Yes, hello, sir.
Hello sir. Sige, if you have any questions po para makapag-proceed
Okay.
na tayo. Apa, pasensya na po.
It's
Salamat.
okay. It's okay, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Hmm,
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait lang po.
okay lang po.
Okay. Stop ko muna po yung share screen nyo.
Sige pa. Sige pa.
Share my screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Sir Car. Wait lang po. Okay. It's for Sir Carl. Okay, so thank you so much, sir. So before anything else, no, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our professor in our special topics 2 subject, si Sir Randy S. Gamboa. Hi, sir. So, okay, so in the interest of time, we will only be catering 2 questions po from our audiences. So let's start with, since may nag-send na ng questions kanina, so let's start with Sir Sammy's question. No? So, sir, do I still need to install a separate web server or installing Vue.js would suffice?
Ah, can you repeat sir? Ano po?
Okay, yung question po ni Sir Sammy, sir, is ganito po. Sir, do I still need to install a separate web server or installing Vue.js would suffice?
Okay.
Yes.
I think enough na po yun. So, if you need another website, it depends on the requirements of your app. So, if you use use MongoDB, you can install different web server. In our case, Firebase, we can connect it on our backend via API key. So I think pwede naman, pwede naman mag-install ng different web server since it's a best practices.
Okay, so thank you, sir, sa pag-answer sa question ni Sir Sammy. And now, um, our our second question po will be coming from Sir Marky Angel Kevin Garcia. So ganito po yung question niya, sir. So Sir
Mm-mm.
Carl, what's the most puzzling programming challenge you have come across? And what are the most important qualities that a full stack developer must have?
Okay. So first dapat may if you want to go the career of full stack web developer, first you know must the basic and fundamentals of web development. So what is it? So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's it. Then all of our web applications is deployed on JavaScript. I think Facebook is using React and other Google applications is using Angular. So I think so. It depends. So if you want to be a you want to handle PHP applications, go with Laravel. If you want to go with JavaScript applications, go with Node.js. If you want to, um, since this is full stack web developer, you must need to know how to use databases and servers like MongoDB and Firebase, MySQL, MSQL. So I think go with the basic and fundamentals like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then go advanced if step up, something like that, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir, again for answering Mr. Marky's question. So again, okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, let's give it up for Mr. Carl Vincent C. Perez, the President and CEO of Kairos Tech Corporation. So thank you again, Sir Carl. So
Thank
if
you,
you have
thank you.
follow-up questions, guys, please don't hesitate to connect and reach out to us para po ma-relay po namin sa ang mga questions nyo po sa guest speakers natin for today's event.
But
Again, sir,
excuse me.
sorry.
But
Okay
by the
po.
way po pala kasi may natanong dito, can you share or link the GitHub? So by the way, ipapublic ko yung yung repository para maging available sa inyo lahat yung codes. So may knowledge kayo about dun sa sa ginawa natin ngayon. Ayun lang.
Ayun. Thank you so much,
Mm-mm.
sir.
Mm-mm. Thank you
So,
po.
ayun, again, this is the program flow for today's event. And now, we are now down to our last two guest speakers po, which is si Mr. James Carlo Sebialo Chavez, who will be discussing about Hasura GraphQL Builder with Laravel, JWT authentication, and Mr. Miguel Zenon Saavedra, who will be discussing about AWS CI/CD. And again, I would like to remind each and everyone that every after presentation po, there will be a Q&A session. And everyone po is encouraged to ask questions to our resource speakers. And of course, your questions po will be answered during the Q&A session. Now, let's move on to our second speaker for today's event. Our second speaker is currently a Bachelor of Science in Information Technology student. I repeat po, our second guest speaker is still a student, but he is already proficient in the following front-end and back-end frameworks and APIs such as React.js, Laravel, and Hasura. And today, he will share his knowledge about Hasura GraphQL Builder with Laravel JWT authentication. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. James Carlos Sebial Luchavez. Sir, the mic is all yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
I will just share my screen.
Go ahead po.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll start the presentation now. Okay, before anything else, water break muna kayo tsaka snacks. Huwag mag-alala, theory lang konti, tapos demonstration agad. Try ko di pahabain masyado. Try ko lang. So water break muna kayo tsaka snacks. Kunin nyo muna yung mga kakainin at iinumin nyo. Okay, marinig pa rin po ba ako? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, so let's start. Okay, so Hasura GraphQL Builder with Laravel JWT authentication and MinIO storage integration. Ano tong tatlo na to? Okay, start with, ito yung parang topics sa boilerplate na ginawa ko, ipapakita ko mamaya. GraphQL, authentication, multi-role, object storage, saka naka-Docker na. So ano ba ang final product nito? Okay. Ang gagawin lang ninyo is i-clone or i-download ang boilerplate sa GitHub na ginawa ko. Tsaka yun ay magagamit nyo na as almost complete backend solution kasi meron na siyang storage, meron na siyang login, register, and ano pa ba na authentication, saka GraphQL ready na siya. I-explain ko mamaya kung ano ang GraphQL, okay? Okay, speaker, again, James Carlo Chavez. You can call me James, you can call me Carlo, or you can call me Luch. BSIT3 of University of Mindanao. Ang talk goals for today is, ang topic is front end and back end. Topic number 2 is RESTful and GraphQL. Topic 3 is Laravel, 4 is Hasura, 5 is MinIO, 6 is JWT, and 7 is Docker. Then the final step would be the demo time. Okay, so let's start with front end and back end. So as nung first year college, pinagawa kami ng Java application. Okay. Sa Java application, syempre, tinuruan din kami kung paano i-connect yung Java application sa database. So hindi pa masyadong makita ang difference ng front end sa back end kasi Java ang back end, Java din ang nag-connect doon sa database. So wala pang concept ng front end sa back end. So ito yung ginawa ko. Little preview lang, ilang seconds na naman. So para siyang Hero Arena, ipapalaban niya lang ang dalawang characters na pinili, parang randomly pinili. Saka yun na. So next, ano nga ba ang front end sa back end? Front end and back end are two of the most used terms in the computer industry. In a way, they became buzzwords. They dictate the type of job you do as a software developer, the technology you use, and how much you get paid. So, sometimes merong mga front-end developers na mas malaki ang sahod kaysa sa back-end. Pero marami din namang back-end developers na mas malaki din ang sahod kaysa sa front-end. So, it depends on your skill set based on my research kasi wala pa naman talaga akong actual na nagawa in the industry. So in short terms, front end is yung client side or client facing. Yan yung nakikita nyo sa Android apps, mga website, saka desktop applications. Yan yung what you see. Ang back end naman is ang server side. Yan yung what you don't see, yung mga hindi mo nakikita na nangyayari pala sa likod ng mga applications. Tsaka si Sir Carl kanina is isang full stack developer. That means marunong siyang gumawa ng client-side application tsaka server-side application. Okay, but why separate them? Bakit nga ba nagkaroon ng separation ang front-end tsaka back-end? So reasons are, ang reasons na to is galing sa 7 reasons na ginawa ng Forbes. Lima lang ang kinuha ko doon kasi para ito lang naman para makaka-relate yung ibang estudyante. So reasons are scalability, resource optimization, easier upgradation, simpler to switch frameworks, and faster deployment. Explain ko isa-isa. But why separate? Number one, scalability. Since the code is divided into two parts, the front-end code and the back-end code, you can optimize the code faster. You can also increase resources for the front-end and back-end at a separate pace, since the back-end would need to be ramped up at a relatively faster pace as you grow. Siyempre, sa application, yung pinaka nag-grow is yung backend kasi andun yung database. At andun din matatapon lahat ng request ng mga users. So sa front-end naman, ang ginagawa naman dyan is nag-update lang ng UI, pero syempre hindi lang yan lang kasi marami talaga ginagawa din sa front-end. Pero ang front-end at saka back-end, they work hand in hand para makagawa ng isang awesome na application. Number 2, resource optimization. Servers will work less and the user experience will become better since the whole page is not updating with every request. So if napansin nyo kanina sa ginawa ni Sir Carl, yun ay isang view application. Yun ay isang front-end application. Sino ang back-end doon? Ang back-end doon ay ang Google. Ano nga yung Google na yun? Yung Google Firebase. So si Firebase ang nagsilbing back-end sa front-end na ginawa ni Sir Carl. Saka si Firebase din is meron na siyang built-in na authentication system. That's why you can log in with Google doon sa application na ginawa ni Sir Carl. Okay, ang third reason bakit kaya i-separate is easier upgradation. So keeping the back-end and the front-end separate will lessen your chances of breaking the entire website. So it will be easier to debug since you would already know if it's a front-end issue or a back-end one. So if may nasira sa back-end mo, hindi masisira yung front-end agad-agad. Kung nasira naman yung front-end mo, hindi maapektuhan naman ang back-end agad-agad. So kung i-debug, kung ayusin, kung alam naman sa front-end, edi doon lang din ang gagalawin na source code. Kung sa back-end, yun lang din ang gagalawin na source code. So, ang fourth reason is simpler to switch frameworks. Na-mention kanina ni Sir Carl ang about sa React tsaka Angular. So, let's say your research indicates that Facebook developers and open source community have done a great job with React.js, and it works better in your particular use case as well. You mostly would not need to touch the back-end code for switching from Angular to React. So, anong ibig sabihin nito? Since separate ang back-end mo, pwede pang i-recycle yung back-end mo sa ibang front-end na framework. So in this case, kung ang company nyo ay gumamit ng Angular front-end framework, tapos kumonek doon sa back-end, tsaka napansin ng company na baka mas maganda yung React, so merong pinagawa ng React application, yung React application na naman yun, i-recycle niya lang. Gagamitin niya lang yung back-end na ginamit lang din ng Angular. So, ang number 5 is faster deployment. So, since a front-end developer's work is not dependent that much on a back-end developer's work, and vice versa, their code can be tested and potentially deployed whenever they're done, without waiting for the other person's completion. So, pwede naman talaga, pwedeng mag-develop lang ang front-end lang na dami lang ang data, kumbaga sila lang naglagay-lagay ng data. Tsaka yung backend, pwede mag-develop lang ng backend separated. Tapos sa final phase is i-combine na ang front end tsaka back end. So kaya mas mabilis ang deployment kasi hindi pwedeng hindi mag-talk with each other or mag-meeting na palagi with the front end and the back end. So next topic is RESTful and GraphQL. So what is RESTful API? REST is acronym for Representational State Transfer. It is architectural style for distributed hypermedia systems and was first presented by Roy Fielding in 2000 in his famous dissertation. So, ano ba tong REST API? Here's an example. So, kung gusto mo ng user slash API, example, kung ang website, merong website sa sa backend, localhost 8000 kasi sa kuan muna tayo sa local testing kumbaga. So sa localhost 8000 /API /user ID is equal to 1, ang response niya is ito. ID is equal to 1, name user 1. So kung mas marami pa tong information ang user, lalabas yan lahat dyan. Example, ID 1, name user 1, age 20, address Davao City, gender male. So kahit na hindi mo tinawag yung mga fields na yun, lalabas at lalabas yun. Kasi nga, ito lang ang query mo. So, what if kailangan mo ang address din ng user ID? Yung user ID is equals to 1, yung ito na user. So, syempre, meron na namang separate na resource. Ang tawag dito is ang mga resource, user na resource. Ito naman is address na resource. So, si user ID na 1, syempre, meron din siyang information sa address na table. So, kung ilalagay mo dito ang user ID is equal to 1, ang lalabas is yung address ng user, itong user 1, user ID 1. So, ito yung normal na REST API call. So, if napansin niyo, if bibilangin natin, kukunin ko lang ang information ng user at saka address ng user, meron tayong 1, 2 API calls. Pero, that's why ito yung isa sa mga gustong isolve ng GraphQL. Okay, paano ba to? Remove annotation. Okay, uy, paano tanggalin yan? Clear. Okay, ando na lang. Ay, hindi ako marunong nito. Okay, close. Next is, what is GraphQL API at ano naman ang kinalaman nito sa RESTful API? So GraphQL is a query language for APIs and runtime for fulfilling those queries with your existing data. GraphQL gives clients the power to ask for exactly what they need and nothing more. Makes it easier to evolve APIs over time and enables powerful developer tools. So ito naman yung example ng GraphQL API call. So if napansin nyo, isa lang yung endpoint, ang /GraphQL lang. Pero pwede siyang makakuha ng user information. Ito is connected siya sa user table at saka address information. And isang query lang siya lahat-lahat. So, isang beses lang dadaan sa server yung client side application. So, kung mag-query yung Android app, desktop app, or yung website application, dun sa backend, isang query lang. So, makukuha agad itong ganito na information. User ID 1, name, Elmo, address, street, Sesame Street. So, ma-experience nyo to maya-maya. Undo. Then, close. go next. Okay. The third topic is Laravel. So, ano tong Laravel na to? Laravel is a free open source PHP web framework created by Taylor Otwell and intended for development of web applications following the model view controller architectural pattern and based on Symfony. So, in short, this is a PHP web framework. So, from front end to back end, pwedeng gawin gamit lang ang Laravel. So, ito yung interface ng Laravel. Sorry. Localhost 8000. Ito yung parang first page ng Laravel if ever if ever nakatry na kayo ng Laravel applications. I mean, if nakagawa na kayo ng una nyo na Laravel application. So let's move on with Hasura. Hasura is a GraphQL engine. It's a blazing fast GraphQL server that gives you instant real-time GraphQL APIs over Postgres with webhook triggers on database events and remote schemas for business logic. So explain ko to itong webhook triggers at remote schemas maya-maya lang din. Okay, ito yung GUI ng Hasura. Meron na silang GUI agad-agad. Itong GraphQL, sorry, paano ba ito i-move? Ayan. Itong GraphQL, dito kayo mag-test ng mga queries. Dito sa data, dito mangyayari yung pag-create nyo ng tables. Dito sa actions, dito nyo i-connect yung REST API nyo sa Hasura mismo. Kumbaga, hindi nyo need i-delete yung RESTful API na ginawa nyo. Pwede nyo i-recycle at ipagamit sa Hasura. Ito ang remote schemas naman, ito naman yung, di ba meron akong sinabing Laravel kanina. Laravel and Hasura are actually separate servers. They are just built on top of one database. Kumbaga, sa isang database, sa taas niya, merong dalawa, Hasura at Laravel. So, pwede silang mag-communicate at mag-work with each other. And then, events naman, ito yung example, if ever may na-add na bagong entry sa database, example, merong na-add na bagong chat, kasi gagawa tayo ng chat application maya-maya. If ever merong bagong nagawa na chat, merong bagong chat na dumating, pwede tayong mag-attach ng action listener. Kumbaga, kung sa Java pa, action listener, pwede tayong mag-attach sa ganyang klaseng event. And then, I think yun na yun. Yun na ang interface ng Hasura. Punta naman tayo sa Minayo. Minayo is a cloud storage server compatible with Amazon S3. So itong Amazon S3 nito is simple storage service S3. Kaya nga S3. Hindi ko to na-try, pero ang gist niya lang is this is another server, okay? This is another server, kumbaga tatlong server na lahat-lahat. Laravel, Hasura, at Minayo. Tapos, ano ang ginagawa ng Minayo server? Minayo can store unstructured data such as photos, videos, log files, backups, and container images. So bakit to nasali sa ginawa kong boilerplate? Alam ko kasi na most of the time, meron talagang file upload, photo upload sa mga ginagawang application ng mga programmer, yung mga newbie programmers. That's why ginawa ko tong boilerplate na to para talaga sa mga newbie programmers na gusto sa front end na lang mag-focus. Okay. Ito yung GUI na naman, yung graphical user interface ng Minayo. Tawag dito is Minayo browser. So dito, makikita na to maya-maya. Ito yung demo na bucket. So ang Minayo server nyo ay pwede nyo magamit sa multiple projects. Gawa lang kayo ng isang bucket for each project. Example, meron kayong project sa first year nyo. First year na bucket dito. Second year bucket, third year bucket, and fourth year bucket. Okay. So again, per project, you can create buckets each. Tapos sa isang bucket, pwede kayo mag-create ng unlimited number of folders. And sa bawat folders, pwede kayo maglagay ng photos and documents. Okay, JWT na naman. JWT na naman is JWT, ito yung way para i-authenticate yung kada request. 'Di ba kanina, yung front end saka back end, ay hindi ko pala na-explain, yung front end saka back end, magko-communicate yan siya via API. At saka yung API na yun, meron tayong dalawang possible for now, merong dalawang sikat na API, yung RESTful saka yung GraphQL nga. Pero syempre hindi pwedeng didiretso lang kukuha ng information sa database. Dapat meron tayong tinatawag na authentication. And ang authentication na yan is ang parang bread and butter, kumbaga, na authentication is ang JSON Web Token or also known as JWT. It's an open standard that defines a compact and self-contained way for securely containing information between parties as JSON object. This information can be verified and trusted because it is digitally signed. Kumbaga, ang front end nyo, kung gusto niya na magkuha ng listahan ng users, syempre, magbibigay muna siya ng parang password or security key para i-allow siya na maka-access dun sa listahan ng users. Kumbaga, example is if admin siya, kailangan niya talaga ng listahan ng users. So, for that to happen, kailangan niya ma-provide ng JWT doon sa backend para yung backend i-grant ang request, bigyan siya ng list. So ito yung parang mukha ng JWT, yung JSON Web Token. So sa ginawa kong backend boilerplate, mahaba-haba yung token. Reason is dito ko na nilagay yung user information. If napansin nyo dito, meron ng ID, email, given name, middle name, surname, avatar, phone number, tsaka plus roles. Kasi nga, itong boilerplate na ginawa ko, multiple roles. Kumbaga, pwede siyang maging user, pwede siyang maging admin, at pwede kang gumawa ng marami pang roles. At ito naman na meron pang akong dinagdag dito sa, kumbaga, itong token na to, if i-convert mo sa normal na information, yung human readable information, ito yung lalabas lahat. Meron kasi akong mahaba to kasi meron akong dinagdag na dalawang information na hindi talaga naturally wala talaga dito. Kumbaga, ang dinagdag ko tong sa last para ito sa Hasura. Kasi para makakuha tayo ng information gamit ang Hasura, mapo-provide din tayo ng parang Hasura claims. Kumbaga, unique to sa Hasura. Mas maintindihan yan maya-maya. Ang Docker naman, yung Docker is an open platform for developing, shipping, and running applications. Docker enables you to separate your applications from your infrastructure so you can deliver software quickly. So noon, in the age of virtual machines, kumbaga, if nakatry na kayo ng mga VMs, meron talaga silang isa-isang operating system. So kung maggawa ka ng virtual machine ng Android, kumbaga maggawa ka ng virtual machine for Android sa Windows 10, meron talaga siyang guest operating system. Meron siyang operating system na para sa Android. Kung gagawa ka naman ng Linux na naman para try lang, meron na namang another operating system for that. And so on and so forth. Here comes Docker. So ang Docker, isa lang ang operating system na kailangan niya. That means sobrang laking bawas sa storage na requirement. So isang operating system lang pero sobrang daming apps na ang pwedeng gawin on top of it. Then containerized na sila, which means hindi na sila makaka-communicate with each other directly. Kumbaga, iba ang files ng app A, iba ang files ng app B, and so on and so forth. Ito naman yung Docker Hub. Ito yung Windows application na makikita nyo maya-maya din. Okay, demo time. Okay, anong time na? So sa demo, ang kailangan is VS Code, Git, na-mention natin ni Sir Carl, Node.js, NPM, tsaka NPM. Bundle to eh. Pag in-install mo ang Node.js, may install din ang NPM. Docker Hub. So medyo mahirap i-install ang Docker Hub pero once na na-set up nyo, sobrang worth it. Then last is ang browser, of course. Okay, ano ba ang gagawin natin sa demo? I-demo natin ang registration, ang login, tapos yung Laravel sa Hasura, 'di ba? Sobrang pangit kasi nga separate sila na application. Pwedeng i-delegate or ibigay lahat ng mga crude stuff, kumbaga crude create, read, update, delete ni Laravel, pwede natin ibigay lahat kay Hasura. So gagawa din tayo ng chat table, mag-update, mag-delete tayo ng chat para for the sake of demonstration. Then mag-simulate tayo ng chat application. So kumbaga pag mag-chat ako dito, dapat merong makakarinig. Kumbaga real-time chat application ang i-demo natin. So sources, and it's done. So any questions so far? Sir? Paano ba makita? Okay, I think pwede na tayo mag-start sa demonstration. Meron akong na-chat dyan sa... Okay. I think meron akong na-chat dyan sa... dito? Dyan sa Zoom na link nitong ginawa ko. So ito yung tinatawag ko na Laravel Hasura JWT stack. So this is a template. So pwede ninyong gamitin ito for your next projects para lang matry. So syempre dinagdagan ko na Minayo para mas kumpleto na talaga. Para pang deploy na talaga siya for big applications. Okay. So if gusto niyo basahin to, feel free. Ito yung Laravel 7.x features. Kasi yung version ng Laravel na ginamit ko sa boilerplate na to is Laravel 7. So if gusto niyo itong i-fork, palitan nyo ng Laravel 8, pwede. Then, ano bang meron sa Laravel? GraphQL ready na siya. Meron na siyang GraphQL JWT authentication. Kumbaga, hindi lang siya basta-basta na /login, /register. Hindi na kayo pupunta sa mga ganyan. Tsaka meron na siyang JWT claims, yung sinabi ko na parang additional information na nilagay ko dun sa parang JWT na key. Then multi-roles na to, meron na tong multi-role support. Tsaka if ever yung user mo is, syempre, hindi naman pwede ma-register agad-agad ang isang admin, syempre may approval pa dapat yan. Pwede nyong, meron din akong nilagay doon na approval system. Papakita ko din mamaya sa inyo. Then, anonymous role for newly registered users with role under approval. Okay, and syempre, kung admin yung pagka-register sa'yo, tsaka hindi pa na-approve, automatic na magiging anonymous yung role mo. So, ano ba ang capabilities ng role na anonymous? It depends on Hasura. Pwede tayong maglagay ng mga pang-anonymous na role sa chat application. Okay. So sa Minayo naman, yung Laravel, meron na siyang Minayo Object Storage Integration. Meron na din siyang route, API, RESTful to ha. RESTful API route for photo upload, RESTful API route for multiple photo upload, RESTful API route for document upload, saka RESTful API route for multiple document upload. Soon, ito yung mga soon na ilalagay ko. If ever magka-time ako, ilalagay ko sana yung payment gateway. Example, yung Stripe saka Paymongo. Saka lalagay ko din next time ang SMS. Kumbaga, pwede tayong mag-send ng SMS sa number na i-provide natin. Pero next future feature pa lang to, hindi ko pa nalagay. So to be added in the future din, back-end lang back-end lang itong lahat. So kayo na bahala sa front-end nyo. Pwede nyo itong ipa-consume sa Android, sa desktop application, tsaka sa web application. Pwede din ito gamitin ni Sir Carl dun sa ginawa niyang view na front-end. Okay? So, ano pa ba? Okay, ito yung parang magiging flow ng boilerplate. So, ito yung web application, desktop application, web application, tsaka Android application. Ito rin yung iOS na application. So, kahit anong front-end pa yan, pwedeng gamitin sa back-end. Kasi nga, ang back-end, that is the main reason bakit na-separate ang front-end sa back-end. Para yung back-end na ginawa ng company, pwedeng i-recycle gamitin ng Android application na gagawin ng company. So, ang front-end application, magsasend ng GraphQL request sa Hasura. Tapos, si Hasura, titingnan niya kung kaya niya ba yung request na yon. Kasi nga, merong request na hindi kaya talaga ng Hasura. That's why meron tayong tinatawag na schema stitching. Kumbaga, tinatahi yung schema. So yung Laravel na GraphQL din na mga queries, mutations, etc., must stitch dito kay Hasura. That's why pwede nang kay Hasura diretso na lang, si Hasura na bahala mag-forward ng request kay Laravel. So the user does not need to know about Laravel. Tsaka, itong Hasura na naman na to, kung kaya niya ang request, example sa chat application, kayang-kaya niya yung chat application, diretso siya sa database. Yung database natin is hindi MySQL, hindi SQLite, kundi Postgres SQL. Ang Postgres SQL is another open source na database management system. So pwede niyo yang i-install dyan sa computers niyo kung nakatry na kayo ng MySQL. So dito sa Laravel, meron siyang, again, dalawang klase ng endpoint, API, RESTful API, tsaka GraphQL API. Ano yung mga RESTful API na meron sa Laravel? Yun yung mga upload. Upload photo, multiple photo, upload document, tsaka multiple documents. Hindi kasi kaya pa yan, for now, hindi pa yan kaya ng GraphQL, yung mga upload. Kasi nga, magsasend yan ng malaki-laking data. Itong si GraphQL, this is very good for yung mga string numbers, mga normal data lang ang tinatapon. Tapos, yung Laravel din, meron din siyang access sa Minayo server. In short, the user does not need to know about the Minayo server. Si Laravel na bahala mag-communicate sa Minayo. Kumbaga, kung ang user mag-upload ng photo, pupunta dito sa RESTful API, diretso. Tsaka si Laravel, itatapon niya yung picture na yun sa Minayo. Minayo, mag-generate siya ng URL or yung link, ibibigay sa Laravel. Ang Laravel is ibibigay niya yung link papunta dun sa user. At si user, ma-display na yung picture. Okay. Directory structure. So if mapapansin nyo dito, ito yung Laravel. Laravel lang talaga ang malaki-laki ang files dito kasi itong lahat is related na sa Docker. Okay, fast forward na tayo kasi explain ko naman yan. Explain ko na rin yan. Ito yung sinasabi ko na parang additional dun sa mahaba-habang key. Ito yung Hasura claims, kumbaga. Na-explain yan maya-maya. Punta na tayo sa local deployment. So, as mentioned kanina, ang kailangan natin is VS Code, Git, Node.js, Docker, tsaka browser. So, i-open na natin yung demo na folder. So, open this with VS Code. So, I think pwede ko na itong itanggal. Dito. Para mabawasan yung kumakain sa memory, sa RAM ko. So, ito yung okay. So, local deployment na tayo. Siyempre, itong boilerplate na to is ready for local deployment na. So, if na-meet nyo na ang minimum requirements, meron na kayong Docker Hub. Ito yung Docker Hub. Meron na kayong actually, ito lang yung major na requirements. Saka meron na din kayong, i-check natin yung mga dependencies, ay mga application na kailangan. Git. So, check natin ang Git version. Kung meron ba. Okay, meron na tayong Git na install. Meron ba tayong Node? Check natin. Okay, medyo matagal-tagal. Meron din. Meron ba tayong Node, Git, Node, saka NPM? Okay, medyo matagal-tagal. Terminate na natin, pero meron talaga yung NPM. And I think yun ang kailangan na requirements. So let's proceed with, hindi na ako mag-clone, pwede kayong mag-clone, pero paano ba mag-clone? Okay, so punta tayo dito. Paano nga ba mag-clone? Pwede kayong mag-download na lang dito as zip, pwede nito i-download, saka extract nyo sa somewhere. Tapos, dapat makita nyo tong images, itong Laravel, saka itong Nginx. Okay, ito yung actual na mga files doon sa directory. Ito na yon. So if nakita nyo to, ibig sabihin you're on the right track. And then, proceed na tayo sa mga gagawin. Okay, ito na. So, ang gagawin is, pupunta doon sa folder, sa root, itong root, ito yung project demo, at iraran ang docker compose app-d. So, anong gagawin nito? Ang gagawin lang nito is, i-build yung mga applications na kailangan. So, if pupunta kayo sa Docker, tingnan nyo, lumabas dito, Postgres SQL is up to date, Mineo is up to date, and Asura is up to date. Kasi kanina, pinaran ko na to at na-create na to mga tatlo na services. So, sino ang nagde-decide kung ano ang gagawing services? Ang Docker Compose file. Okay? Hide ko muna lahat. Ito yung Docker Compose file. Dito naka-define yung mga services na gagawin or i-build. So ito yung sa Postgres, ito yung PGSQL. Ito naman yung GraphQL engine. Okay? Ito naman yung Mineo para sa storage natin, storage services. Okay. So tapos na yan. Let's proceed with the next step. Tapos na. Next step would be to configure Min.io to work with Laravel. Follow the GIF animation. So basically, ang ginawa lang dito is nag-create lang siya ng bucket for demo. So, gawin ko na lang ulit. Punta tayo sa Docker Hub, punta tayo sa demo, punta tayo sa Min.io. Ito yung Min.io. I-click natin itong browser. Okay. So, ito yung Min.io browser. So, anong ginagawa nito? I-delete ko muna itong bucket. Bucket ang tawag dito. Okay. So, di-delete na lang natin to. Okay. Delete din natin to. Okay. Okay. Ito na yung Min.io talaga. So, gawa tayo ulit ng bucket. Click that. Demo. Enter. And then, rename lagyan natin ng policy. Walang masyadong coding ang mangyayari kasi dito. Paano lang pagganahin yung boilerplate? Ito yung ginagawa ko. Read and write. Bigyan natin ng read and write access yung Laravel. Saka add. KX. Okay, check natin ulit. Meron na dapat read and write access. Okay, ano ang next? Pwede na natin itong i-close. Or pwede tayo mag-demonstrate ng pag-upload. Since ito is storage service, pwede tayo maka-upload syempre. Upload tayo ng file. Ito i-upload natin yung picture ko. Kasi wala akong ibang picture dito. Tapos itong picture na to, pwede na itong gumawa ng URL. So ano ba itong URL na pinagsasabi ko? Pwede mo itong i-share. At pwede mong lagyan ng expiration yung link. So kumbaga, kung nakagawa ka ng, meron kang sensitive na document, pwede mo siyang lagyan ng expiration within, let's say, 1 day. Para yung sensitive document na yun, hindi na madadownload ng iba after a day. So try natin tong link. Gawin nating 1 minute. Balikan natin yung link. Okay, copy this link. Paste natin dito. Okay, lalabas yung picture. Pero after 1 minute, yung picture na to is hindi na accessible. So, dyan lang muna yan. Babalikan, i-refresh natin to. Babalikan natin maya-maya. So, ano ang next step? Okay, tapos na tayo sa Min.io. Sa Laravel na naman tayo. So, yung Laravel is, andun yung files niya sa Laravel na folder. So, dito kayo mag-focus na folder. Pag Laravel na part na. So, sa Laravel, meron ditong mga commands. So, since ang Laravel, meron siya mga tinatawag na dependencies, kumbaga mga kailangan niya na mga libraries. Kumbaga, noon kasi sa Java application, meron tayong tinatawag din, di ba, na libraries. Ito yung magagamit ng application natin para mas mapabilis yung pag-develop. Yung Laravel din, meron din siyang mga libraries na kailangan na Laravel specific. Kumbaga, si Laravel lang talaga may kailangan yan. So, saan makikita? If ever iraran yung Composer install, makikita yung mga libraries na na-install or mga dependencies dito sa vendor na folder. Dito malalagay yung mga na-install. That's sobrang dami nito. That's why ang tawag sa Laravel is a framework. It's not a framework. It's a framework. It's because kompleto na talaga, ready for development na talaga ang Laravel. So, pag kinomposer install ko to, i-install niya yung mga libraries na kailangan. Pero since na-install ko na, meron ng vendor folder, hindi ko na gagawin yan. Ang next is ang PHP Artisan Key Generate. So saan ba ito makikita? So, dito, sa mga nag-clone or nag-download na ng boilerplate, ito yung hindi talaga lalabas ang .env. Ito, i-rename nyo ito, tanggalin nyo itong .example. Pero since meron tayong env, okay lang. So ito yung tinatawag na app key. So ano ba ang silbi ng app key sa Laravel? Ang app key lang ang dahilan kung bakit encrypted. Ito ang ginagamit sa lahat ng klase ng encryption sa loob ng Laravel. So magge-generate tayo, for the sake of demonstration, magge-generate tayo ng bagong key. So i-delete ko muna to. Save. PHP artisan key generate. Pwede natin i-copy na lang dito mismo. Copy. Saka paste. Enter. Okay. Wala kasi tayo sa Laravel na folder. Punta muna tayo sa Laravel na folder. CD Laravel. Tapos enter. Okay. Andun na tayo sa Laravel. So pwede natin ulitin yung command. PHP artisan key generate. So ano bang gagawin yan? Yun. Nakaset na daw siya na application key. Pero wala pa dito. Okay, open natin ulit. Okay, generate ulit. Okay, ayun na. So, if napansin niyo 'yon, merong napadpad dito na nagkaroon bigla ng app key. So, okay na 'yan. Next step na tayo. Okay, syempre, meron na dapat tayong database. So, if napansin niyo dito sa Docker Hub, meron tayong PGSQL. Ito na yung database mismo. If pupunta tayo dito, mag-more information, punta tayo sa inspect. Dito lahat ng environment information. Dito yung username ng database, password ng database, database name, tsaka andito din yung port mismo ng database. Kasi meron din kasing specific port ang MySQL. So if na-remember nyo, hindi ko na ma-remember hindi na ako MySQL. Pero punta tayo sa env file, puntahan natin yung about sa database. Ito yung about sa database. Again, yung DB connection is syempre PostgreSQL. So if mag-MySQL kayo, MySQL dito. Then ang port is 5432. Nakalagay dito sa baba, 5432. Saka yung database name is PostgreSDB. Ito naman yung PostgreSDB. Okay, dito din yung port, tapos tayo sa port. Ito yung, since local lang naman to na testing, localhost talaga, pwede din 127.0.0.1. Same lang yan. Pero localhost na lalagay ko dito para consistency. Ang username is Postgres user, ang password is Postgres password. Okay, tapos na tayo sa database configuration. Next step is, ito nga, PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh. If nakaset up na ang database natin, pwede natin iparun ito. Save na natin to, ilabas ang terminal. Itago natin itong mga files sa gilid. Palakihin, and paste. Okay. Marami-rami siyang ginawang tables. Okay, pansinin natin Ito yung users table, password resets table. Ito naman yung about sa token. Huwag nyo ito i-delete ng mga tables. If ever ma-access nyo, huwag nyo ito i-delete. Ito naman yung jobs. Hindi ko pa ito nagamit. Ito naman yung social provider. Para to sa magkaroon ng Google or Twitter or Facebook sign-in yung application. Ito naman yung roles na table. photos na table, documents table, and users table. Okay. Gumawa, ito yung seeding. Ano naman tong seeding? Nangyayari dito. Gumawa lang siya, nag-insert lang siya ng 2 roles doon sa database. So, saan makikita yung seeder file? Punta tayo sa database na folder. Yun, database. Punta kayo sa Laravel na folder, then database folder. Then punta kayo sa seeds. Meron ditong roles seeder. Okay? Dito sa roles seeder, okay, store on GitHub. Sorry. Dito sa roles seeder, ano makikita natin? 2 lang. Magka-create siya ng 2 role. Ang first role is admin. Ang second, ang access level niya is 100. Kasi nga meron na tong access level tong roles. Tsaka ito na naman ang user. Ito yung normal user. Tsaka ang access level niya is 1. Okay na. So, okay na tayo sa seeder. So, paano natin i-check? Maya na natin i-check yung nangyari. Ang next is, mag-install na tayo ng regarding sa JWT. Ang gamit dito is ang Laravel Passport. So, kung gusto nyo mas maintindihan yung Laravel Passport, pumunta kayo sa Laravel na website, laravel.com. Andito ang about sa passport. Yan. Okay. Ito yung about sa passport. Pero syempre no need for that kasi up to you kung gusto niyo i-improve yung code. Okay, punta na tayo sa ano ba? Okay. Next step is hindi pa pala naparan to, ipaparan pa natin to. Okay, labas ang terminal ulit. Paste PHP artisan passport install --force. Ang reason kasi bakit kailangan ng force is meron na kasi akong mga tokens mismo, meron na kasi akong mga files dito mismo na na-generate. Ito yung na-generate na bago. That's why merong M dito, it means modified. Kumbaga gumawa tayo ng bago, meron kasi akong mga keys nito kanina na overwrite dahil sa force. Kumbaga, na-delete yung kanina, pinalitan ng bago, kaya na-modify na. Okay? Tsaka meron siyang na-release na bagong client secret. Ito yung kailangan natin. Copy. Tsaka saan natin nilalagay? Dito sa passport client. Erase natin to, paste, tsaka save. Client ID 2 automatic na yan. So save na natin to. Okay. Ang next step is, tapos na actually tayo. PHP artisan config cache. I-erase muna natin yung past na configuration para kasi hindi pa to ginagamit sa current na setup. Kailangan natin i-force ang Laravel na gamitin ang bagong mga environment files. So, PHP artisan config cache. Ano ang gagawin nito? Okay. Config cache cleared, configuration cache successfully. So yung configurations kanina natanggal na, tapos napalitan na ng bago din. So tapos na tayo sa Laravel na part. Kunin lang natin yung role ng user tsaka admin. Or pwede nang sa Hasura mismo natin i-access. Okay? Hide floating. Okay? Okay. Meron ditong registration. I-demonstrate na natin yung registration. So ito yung registration na mutation. Pero para mas maganda, line by line ko to na explain. Okay. Irarun na natin yung Laravel application natin. Serve. Okay. Then punta na tayo sa ganitong link. So, if makikita nyo dito, ito yung Laravel na parang if ever starter kayo ng Laravel, ito yung lalabas talaga. Sa Laravel 8, iba na yung parang starter page nila. So, pero hindi natin kailangan yung front-end side ng Laravel. Ang kailangan natin isang back-end side niya lang. So, punta na tayo sa GraphQL Playground. So, itong setup na ginawa ko is meron na siyang GraphQL Playground na agad. So, dito sa GraphQL Playground, pwede kayong maka-query-query. So, makasend ng mga queries, maka-crude, kumbaga. So, gawa tayo ng register user. So, punta tayo dito, i-copy natin ang register. Copy. Paste natin dito. Okay. So, anong nangyari dito? Ito is variable lang na mutation. Pwede itong wala. Pero para sa experience na GraphQL na mga developers, nilagyan nito for para mas mabilis mahanap. Okay? Tapos ang gagawin na operation is register. Tsaka ano ba ang kailangan sa registration? Ito na mga data. So given name, middle name, surname, email, password, role ID. So ano ang silbi nito? Ito yung registration talaga na query, kumbaga. I-delete ko muna, i-demonstrate ko muna yung tinatawag na query. Sa Hasura kasi, meron siyang tinatawag na CRUD din. Meron din siyang sarili niyang CRUD. Sa Hasura, ang query stands para ito sa, syempre, sa read or sa retrieve. Ang mutation naman na keyword is para sa create, update, saka delete. At meron siyang third na special na operation, which is ang subscription. So, ano tong subscription na to? It's just another read, retrieve, pero real time. Ito yung magagamit natin sa chat application maya-maya. Okay? Okay, next. Try na tayo ng query. So, ano bang kagandahan ng GraphQL? Meron siyang sariling auto-documentation. So, if mapapansin niyo dito, merong docs. Sa RESTful API kasi, pag gumawa ka na isang RESTful API na server, kailangan mong gumawa ng tinatawag na documentation kung ano yung makukuha mo sa isang sa server mo. So ano ba 'yan? Ano ba ang tinatawag na documentation? So pakita ko muna. If pupunta kayo sa JSON placeholder, ito yung example ng kumbaga mga fake ito na REST API. Mag-open din tayo ng Postman. Hindi ko pala nalagay, kailangan pala ng Postman. Itong Postman na naman is for API testing. Siyempre, wala naman tayong front-end. Paano natin matetest yung back-end? Ang gagamitin is ang Postman. So, gawa tayo ng sample na query. Add request. Okay. Ang query na to is maki-query tayo sa sa JSON placeholder. So if napapansin niyo sa JSON placeholder, meron siya ditong documentation. Meron siyang documentation na kung ano ang makukuha mo dito sa backend na to. So if pupunta ka daw sa /post, meron ka daw makukuha na 100 posts. So i-copy natin tong link, copy link. This is a get request. So punta tayo sa dito sa JSON placeholder. Okay. Paano ba to? So i-paste natin yung link. Ano kaya makukuha natin? Okay. Ito yung nakuha natin. Meron tayong nakuwang 100 hosts as explained sa documentation. So user ID, title, body. So ito yung nakuha natin doon. So ano pa ba yung na makukuha natin sa documentation nila? So yung comments na naman. Dito lang pala. Okay, paste. Okay, meron na namang para sa comments. Lastly, last natin is yung users na lang. Copy link pa rin. I-test natin. So kung wala kayong Postman, pwede nyo i-paste agad sa browser nyo. Meron ding lalabas pa rin na data. Ito yung nagbibigay siya ng array of users, kumbaga. Ito, first user, second user na naman to, third user, and so on and so forth. Okay, na-demo ko na yung RESTful API. So sa RESTful API, para magamit ng iba yung ginawa mong backend, gagawa ka ng documentation. Ano ba ang kaibahan ng GraphQL? As what I've said, meron na siyang automatic documentation. So saan makikita yung automatic na documentation? Andito lang, docs. So dito mo makikita yung mga documentation na kailangan mo. Ito, meron tayong query na nilagay ko doon sa Laravel. Pwede niyo ito i-delete. For the sake of testing lang, nilagay ko yan. So developers. Siyempre, kailangan natin yung query na keyword. Query. Developers. Meron na rin, sa GraphQL Playground, meron na rin siya auto-suggest. That's why sobrang dali mag-test ng API. Developers, tapos open curly na naman. Ano yung mga kailangan ko na information? Control space. Nakalagay dito yung mga about sa queries. Ano yung makukuha natin? ID, given name, middle name, surname, etc. Okay, kunin natin yung ID, tsaka given name. Ito din yung kaibahan ng GraphQL sa RESTful. Pwede mong piliin lang yung gusto mo. Middle name, tsaka surname, yan lang. So, sino kaya ang lalabas dito? Siyempre, ang lalabas is ako. So, ang makukuha mo is ang ID, given name, middle name, tsaka surname. So, magdagdag tayo. Let's say magdagdag tayo ng email. Ganito ka-flexible ang GraphQL. Madadagdag lang din siya doon sa result. Let's say magdadagdag na naman tayo ng something na created at kailan na-create yung account. Lalabas lang din yan dyan. Ganito kaganda ang GraphQL. Pwede ito gayahin syempre sa RESTful na API, pero mas madadagdagan yung coding. Kaya nag-switch na ako sa GraphQL noon pa. And then, tapos na tayo sa query. Next is mutation. So ano ba yung mutation na yan? Sa mutation, balik tayo sa docs. Meron tayong automatic docs dito. Ano ba ito? Paano ba ito i-close? Okay. Hindi siya ma-close. Okay, punta naman tayo sa login. Meron tayong mga mutations dito na authentication related. Login, logout, register, tsaka etc. So since wala pa tayong account, ito is wala pa tong account talaga, manually talaga ito nilagay. Mag-register tayo. Okay? Sa register, kailangan niya ng register input. Sa register input, kailangan niya ng given name, middle name, surname, email, password, role ID. Okay. Paano ba to? Unahin natin yung mutation. Siyempre, since mutation to, gagawa tayo ng bagong user. Papangalanan natin yung para for the sake of naming lang, register user. Ano ang tatawagin natin na mutation? Siyempre, ang register mutation. Open, close. Nag-auto-suggest siya na kailangan niya ng object, colon. Tapos open close na naman curly. Ano ba ang kailangan? Given name. So James, middle name, C. Bial, last name or surname is Luchavez. Email is james@gmail.com. Fake to na, fake email lang to. Email password, syempre 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Password confirmation, syempre kailangan. Same yan. Tsaka role ID. So wala tayong role ID for now. Puntahan natin yung tawag nito, Hasura natin. Okay, hide. Punta na tayo sa Hasura para lang ma-open yung database. Kasi pwedeng gamitin ang Hasura mismo pang open ang database din. Kasi nga, kompleto na siya ng GUI. So, kung maghahanap ng password itong Hasura nyo, pupunta lang kayo dito sa Hasura, i-inspect nyo lang, tapos meron na dyan yung password, admin secret. So, syempre, ang admin secret is secret. Andito lang din, pwede natin i-view. Secret yung admin secret. Okay. So, ano bang mangyayari sunod dito? Punta tayo dito sa data. Punta tayo sa roles na table. Hanapin natin ang role ng user. So, copy natin. So, pagka-copy natin, punta na tayo doon sa playground. Okay, ilalagay natin yung role ID. Ano bang, meron na tayong inputs. Next nito is ang outputs. So, open curly, close curly. Tapos, control space na naman, makakuha tayo ng tokens. Open na naman ang tokens. Anong makakuha natin tokens? Access token, saka refresh token. For now, ilabas na natin yung access token. Okay, registration na to. Okay, nag-generate na siya ng token. Pero, again, pwede nating makita yung laman ng token na to. Kasi nga, this is just an encrypted string. Punta kayo sa jwt.io. Nakalagay na rin yan sa documentation na ginawa ko. Andito na rin yan. Paano mag-test. Andito. jwt.io. Kompleto na yan. Punta tayo sa baba. Yun. Ilagay natin yung token. If napansin nyo dito, meron siyang data na nilabas. So, ito yung sinasabi ko na nilagay ko logic na nilagay ko gamit ang Laravel. So naglagay ako ng user. Bakit ko nilagay ang user dito? Meron kasi mga front-end developer na gusto nila na hindi na mag-communicate palagi sa back-end. Example, yung user kasi na information is less likely ma-update yan. Like once a month na siguro tayo nag-update ng mga hindi naman palaging nagbabago yung middle name at surname, di ba? Pwede siguro yung email, tsaka yung roles, madadagdagan yung roles. Pero most of the time, ang mga information natin sa name natin, syempre is, most of the time, hindi yan nagbabago. That's why nilagay ko to dito para magamit ng mga front-end developers. Para i-decode na lang nila yung token, kunin na lang nila yung information ng user dito mismo. Next ko nilagay is ito. Ano tong mga nalagay dito? Ito ang kailangan ng Hasura. I-connect na natin ang Laravel sa Hasura maya-maya. So, ang sa Hasura, kailangan niya ng roles. Ano yung mga allowed roles sa user? Pwede siyang maging user, pwede siyang maging admin, pwede siyang maging kahit ano. Ano ba yung default role kung hindi siya nakapili ng role? Default role niya is yung pinakamaliit na role. So, kung ang access level, kasi nga meron di ba mga access level yung roles? 1 yung user, 100 yung admin. So kung hindi niya pinili yung admin na role, by default, magiging user role yung makukuha niya na role. Tsaka, syempre yung Hasura ID. Meron siyang ID na nilagay. Magagamit natin to for authorization purposes. Okay, tapos na tayo sa token. Close na natin to. Close. Okay na tayo sa RESTful API. Okay, next is mag-upload na tayo ng wait. pwede tayong naka-register na tayo. So pwede na tayong mag-login. So again, mutation, login user. Wala na kayong i-code dito kasi nga naka-code na to lahat. Mutation, login user, login. So ano bang information na kailangan dito? Object na naman. So ano ba? Username. James@gmail.com, syempre. Then password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then tokens. Access token, makukuha natin. Okay. So, nag-push through siya dahil meron nang account na ganyan. So, gumawa na naman siya ng bagong token. So, kahit na i-decode natin to, ganun pa rin ang lalabas ng mga information. Okay, tapos na tayo sa login. Gagamitin na natin tong token na to sa pag-upload ng picture. Kasi nga, dito sa documentation, meron akong part dito na how to upload photo and document. So, mag-upload tayo ng photo. Since again, ang GraphQL hindi pa pwede yung mga mga file uploads, meron akong ginawang RESTful API na agad. So, syempre, sa mga gusto mag-try, gumawa na ako ng collection. Ito yung collection na yon, ito yon. So, gagawa tayo ngayon mismo. So, mag-upload tayo ng single photo. So, syempre, dapat naka-on na ang Laravel server natin. Yun, naka-on na dapat siya. Localhost. Ang nakalagay dito is 127. Copy natin to. Okay, nawala. Wait a minute. Close. Ayan. Punta tayo dito. Lagay tayo ng ngayon. Lagay natin authorization. So, lagay natin ang token dito. Nakopy na yung token. Sorry. Kuha tayo ng token. Hide. Kunin natin itong token ulit. Copy. Copy. Lagay natin ang token. So, okay na yan. Meron na tayong authorization bearer token. Okay. Punta na tayo sa body. Since ang API natin is upload, so syempre post siya na request. So I think nalagay ko na dito. Hindi ko nalagay. Pero dapat dito post request to dapat 'yun, post request. So dapat post request dito. Then sa body, form data, lagay tayo ng photo. Saka itong photo ito is file, upload tayo ng picture. Yan. Ito yung james.jpg. So, i-upload natin. Sana hindi mag-error para tuloy-tuloy. Yun. Naka-generate na po siya ng naka-upload na po tayo ng photo. Saka, meron na siyang may-ari. So, pwede tayong mag-tinker dito, mag-test tayo. Para mag-test, cd Laravel PHP artisan tinker. Okay, itago natin yung iba. Punta tayo sa i-display natin yung roles, role all. So ito yung kanina, yung roles, yung user na naman, user all. Display natin. Meron tayong dalawang user. Ito yung user na generate sa start. Ito naman yung na-register ko at documents. Since photos yun, photos pala, all. Ay, photo all pala. Sorry. Yun. Naka-upload tayo ng isang photo. So, sino ang may-ari nito? So, pwede natin i-check. So, user, where, ID is equal to, kunin natin yung ID ko. Ito. Naka-UUID na po ang ID. Paste. Tapos, get. Try natin i-get muna. Okay, na-get natin. Sunod niyan, try natin ganito lang. Okay. Oo nga. Tapos, kunin natin yung photos niya. Okay, bawal. I-get muna natin. Saka photos. Okay. Okay, with message method eliminate collection photos does not exist. Okay, hindi siya mag-work. Pero merong lumalabas syempre na user. Okay, meron. So if i-access natin yung photos niya, hindi siya maglabas. Okay, puntahan natin yung user na user.php. Andito yung way para ma-access yung photos. Yun, photos nga. So this has many up photo. Okay. Okay. I-try na lang natin sa database kung meron bang photo na na-upload talaga. Pwede natin i-test mismo ang link. Okay. Copy natin yung link. Open in okay. Hindi ko makopy. So i-copy natin. Manually na lang. Okay, paste natin dito kung meron ba talagang picture na ganito. Enter. Okay, meron nga. So sinabi ko kanina na merong nag-expire na link. Ito po yung nag-expire na link. I-refresh natin to and nag-expire na siya. That's why maganda masyado ang Minayo browser or Minayo na storage service. Okay. Puntahan din natin ang demo. Meron din na-create dito na folder na photos. Andito naman yung photo na in-upload gamit ang Laravel. So, close natin to. Okay, na-demo na natin. And then, ito na yung upload single photo. Save. Okay, gawa naman tayo ng upload multiple photos. Copy. Create new request. Upload multiple photos. Same pa rin. Authorization. Bearer token. Same pa rin. Tapos, body. Siyempre, post pa rin ito na request. Save. Post pa rin ito na request. And then, ang form data niya is, this time, photos, open close bracket. Okay. Click natin yung files. Select tayo ng multiple files. Multiple photos sana. I think meron tayong picture sa sample dito. Nag-Roblox kasi yung pamangkin ko. Open natin. Upload natin. Sana mag-upload. Okay, na-upload po siya. So meron tayong dalawang public URL. And under na naman to kay james@gmail.com. Okay, andito. Under siya kay james@gmail.com. Under din siya kay james@gmail.com. Open natin. Okay, sorry. This part, copy natin ng link. Paste natin dito. Okay, ma-open siya. And open din natin dito. Siyempre, ma-open din siya. Okay, so tapos na tayo sa photos. Save na natin to. Close. Try na naman natin yung document. Close natin to. Don't save. Delete natin. Kasi nga, magagamit nyo itong available ito dito. Get Postman. I-copy nyo lang to. Tsaka gawa kayo dito ng plus add import collection. Ilagay nyo dito link, paste nyo. Then itong mga links na itong mga request na ginawa natin dito is makikita nyo rin. So kayo na mag-import. Okay? Tapos na tayo dito. Gawa tayo ng bagong request. Bilisan natin kasi konti na lang time. Oh my God, sorry. Post. I think hindi na natin kailangan i-demo itong documents kasi meron na doon. So punta na tayo diretso sa diretso na tayo sa saan ba? Stop na natin to. Okay. Punta na tayo dito sa i-combine na natin yung dalawa. Okay. So if pupunta tayo dito, sa next instruction kasi dito is i-combine na yung dalawa. Saan ba yung combination? Yun. Hasura configuration na tayo. So i-combine natin yung Hasura tsaka ito yung Hasura. Pagpapansinin dito, ito lang yung queries niya. Okay, ito lang queries. Wala pa ba siyang mutation? Okay, palitin natin to. Okay, meron pala siyang mutation. Ito, mutation. Yan. Meron siyang mga mutation. Sino ba ang nag-create ng mga mutation na to? Siyempre, automatically si Hasura. Magde-demo tayo mamaya pag-create ng table. Pero before that, i-combine muna natin yung Laravel sa Hasura. Ano ibig sabihin ng combination na sinasabi ko? Itong mga login dito, mga mutation dito, ito silang lahat, matatransfer ito kay Hasura. So that means si Hasura na ang magiging endpoint natin. Isa na lang mismo. So try natin. Punta na tayo dito sa hanapin natin yung file ng punta tayo sa database. Hanapin nyo yung yung na-generate na public key. So punta kayo sa storage tsaka public key. I-copy nyo tong lahat. Copy. Delete. Close. Then i-open nyo yung Docker Compose file. So Control P, Docker Compose YAML. Then lagay natin dito sa baba. Tapos i-connect na natin. Control B /n. So gawin natin siyang single string ang key mismo. So delete. Delete. Ang pag-demo ko ng ganito is andun na din siya sa documentation. Copy, cut natin, i-cut. Punta tayo doon sa Hasura. Yun. So i-delete na natin tong isa. Ilagay natin yung key. Okay? I-paste natin dito. Okay. And then tapos na tayo. I-deploy natin ulit si Hasura. Paano mag-deploy ulit? Simple lang. Control J, open, balik tayo sa demo. Docker. Ulitin lang yung pinakaunang command na nakita sa documentation. Docker compose app-d. Okay. Okay. Siyempre, binago natin yung Hasura. I-recreate yung Hasura. So, dito, naka-off si Hasura. Yun. Tapos, okay na si Hasura. So, i-open natin ulit si Hasura. Okay. Hide. Close natin to. Open natin si Hasura ulit. Saan ba yun? Ito. Hasura. Punta tayo open in browser. Puntahan natin yung GUI. Okay. So, dapat meron na siyang token. Okay. Maya-maya. Pakita natin. Pwede na natin silang i-combine. Dito na tayo sa remote schemas. I-combine na natin ang Hasura at Laravel. Add Laravel. Pangalanan natin ng Laravel. Ano ba yung URL ng Laravel? If pupunta tayo dito, ito yung Laravel na URL. Copy natin. Okay. At palaging lumalabas to. Okay. Copy natin to. Lagay natin ang link dito. Paste. Then forward natin lahat ng headers. Add remote schema. Okay. Okay. So the reason is iba yung ilalagay dapat dito. So punta na tayo sa actions kasi meron ditong reference eh. I think meron din pala dito. Tingnan natin. Okay, Hasura configuration. Hindi ko pala nalagay dito yung paano sila i-combine. Sige na lang, idadagdag ko mamaya. So, dito, sorry, dito pala. Ito yung parang local host. Copy natin. Punta tayo dito sa remote schemas ulit. Add tayo ulit ng Laravel. Tapos paste natin ulit. Pero dito, ang magbabago lang is 8,000. 8,000 kasi yung Laravel natin na server. Forward pa rin, add remote schema. If napapansin niyo dito, magsa-success dapat to. Okay, has responded. Bakit? Tingnan natin kung nag-stop ba ang server. Di naman. Okay, PHP artisan config cache. PHP artisan serve. Yun. So, nag-serve na lang ako ulit. Try natin ulit to. Mali pala. /GraphQL pala, sorry. So, ito pala yung kulang din. Okay, add remote schema. Okay, adding na. Okay, success. Anong nangyari? So, punta tayo sa GraphQL. If mapapansin nyo, punta tayo sa queries. Andito na po yung developers na query. Try out ulit natin. ID, given name, middle name, surname. Try natin i-run. Okay, nag-combine na po silang dalawa. Yung Laravel na mga queries, napunta na po sa Hasura. So, pwede na po tayong mag-login din dito. Okay, mag-login na tayo. Okay, mutation, login, open, object pa rin, open na naman. Ano ba yung kailangan? Username, james@gmail.com. Sorry, masyado na mahaba. Password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then, ang lalabas is access token. Then, run. So, itong access token na to, gagamitin natin to para ilagay natin dito. Since kapos na tayo sa oras, hanap na lang kayo ng YouTube tutorial paano maglagay ng guards doon sa mga table sa mga dito. Kasi pwede ninyong lagyan mismo ng guards itong mga queries. So, try natin i-decode. So, since nasabi ko na kanina, ito yung user na information at ito naman yung Hasura na information. Ibig sabihin nito, pag nag-display dito sa Hasura na to, pag nag-display ito, ibig sabihin, tama lahat yung configuration natin. Okay, proceed na po tayo sa chat. Final na po. Sorry po sa if mahaba. Okay, open natin saglit dito. I-close na natin to. I-admin secret na lang natin agad. So, i-demo na po natin ang pag-create ng table. Okay, create table. Chats table. Siyempre, add tayo ng ID na auto-increment. Okay na. Tapos, dito naman, add din tayo ng message niya mismo. Siyempre, ito text. Tapos, add din tayo ng tinatawag natin na sender ID sana. Pero hindi na, tapos na tayo sa time. Receiver ID. So, and the demo na lang natin is yung real time na lang. Okay, nalabol na lang ito. Nalabol. Saka message hindi dapat nalabol. Okay, tama na. Okay, add table. Okay, ganun lang. Wala kayong ginagawang code. Automatic na ang chats dito. Automatic na rin ang CRUD ng chats. So, pag pupunta kayo dito sa query, meron na ding chats, chats aggregate, at chats by PK. So, gawa tayo ng chats agad. So, mutation. Punta tayo sa mutation. Andito po yung, hanapin nyo lang yung insert chats 1. Yun. Yun. Tsaka, click kayo ng ID. Siyempre, hindi yan. Auto-generated yan. Message natin is hello world. Yun. Sobrang ganda talaga ng GraphQL. Then, receiver ID, maya na lang. Wag na lang. Tapos, okay na to. So, ano ang makukuha natin? Siyempre is ID, message, receiver ID, and sender ID. So, input, then output. So, run. So, naka-generate na po tayo ng isang chat na mayroong ID na 1. Okay. So paano tayo insert, naka-insert na po tayo ng chats. Then, i-query na natin to. So, meron tayong tatlong klaseng query. At itong chats lang na query is ito yung lahat ng chats i-display niya. Ito namang chats aggregate, meron siyang additional. Pwede kayong mag-count sa chats. Then, pwede nyo ring ilabas yung ID, message, sender. So ito yung makikita nyo na aggregate count. Meron din ditong I think average, meron din yung min max. So kompleto na po yung Hasura sa mga ganitong bagay. Tapos punta na po tayo sa real time na naman. Meron po tayong third option dito na subscription. So enter. Okay. Ano yung pwede nating i-subscribe? Yan po ay ang chats. So mag-subscribe na tayo. Okay, if napansin nyo to, this is already running. So, pwede tayong mag-duplicate ng tab. Duplicate natin yung tab. Ilabas natin tong tab na to. Lagay natin dito sa left side. Ito naman sa right side. Okay. Punta tayo dito ulit. Ano mangyayari dito? Okay, ito i-minimize natin. Yan. Dito, mag-insert po tayo. Close, erase, mag-insert po tayo. So, mutation, insert, chats 1. Tapos, object na naman. Control space lang po ito lahat. Message, hi, universe. And that concludes my demonstration. Okay, ID, message, receiver ID, sender ID. Run. Pansinin nyo dito sa left, dapat mag-automatic na yan na update. So, if napansin nyo, nag-update din siya. Pag-add pa tayo ng isa pa, for the sake of one, I'm James Carlo Chavez. And that ends my demonstration. Pwede din kayo mag-add ng pwede din kayo mag-add ng mga smiley face. Pwede na yan. Yun. O, di ba? Yun na po. Any question po?
Okay, let's give it up for Sir James. So thank you so much, Sir No. So in the interest of time, we will only be entertaining one question na lang po. So if you have question,
Sorry masyado kung masyadong mahaba.
no, it's okay, sir. It's okay. If you have question po, kindly send them sa chat box natin.
Yeah, pwede kayong gumawa talaga ng chat application gamit lang ang Hasura sa Laravel.
Okay. So we have
Hmm.
sorry sir. Ano yun, sir? Sorry.
Sige po.
Okay, so we have a few questions po from Sir Jonas po, Sir James. So according to Sir Jonas, what is the library you use for your user and role? And is it custom made? And can you show us, though, sir, how you connected it with Hasura?
Okay.
Hasura.
Good question yan siya actually, pero baka wait lang Paano ba mag-share ulit ng screen? Ate, ganito pala. Okay.
Wait lang po, sir. Wait lang po.
Okay.
Ayan. Sige po, sir.
Doon lang sa part ng okay, I think dito yan sa app, dito yan sa claims, dito yan sa add user claims. Okay, off ko muna tong sa gilid at sa baba. Okay. If mag-login siya, ito yung mangyayari before niya ibibigay yung token. So, anong ginagawa dito? Pwede siya mag-add ng token. Ito yung add token mismo na logic. So, punta ito yung user information pala, sorry. Ito yung user information na nakikita niyo sa token. User information, anong ginagawa niya? Just collecting user, except syempre yung role ID, provider ID. Kumbaga, lahat ng information ng user, binawasan niya lang ng 3. Tsaka, dinagdagan niya ng roles. Wait lang, okay, dito pala. Dinagdagan niya ng roles. That's why merong roles dun sa baba ng JWT token. And then, nagdagdag ako ng another claim, which is this one. Ito yung kailangan talaga ng Hasura. Hahanapin talaga to ng Hasura. That's why ang logic dito is, nagdagdag ako ng Hasura allowed roles. Since meron akong query dito sa roles mismo, ito yung roles na pangkuha ng roles. Ito din yung pang-compute, pangkuha ng first na role. By default kasi, yung pinakauna ang nakukuha as default role. So, hindi ko pa nalagyan ng logic pala. Tapos, ito yung user ID. So, ito yung logic mismo. Maliit lang siya na code. Yun na po.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Carl. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to our second speaker for today, si Mr. James Carlos Ebialo Chavez. Wait lang po. Okay. Ayan. Okay, again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our second speaker for today, si Mr. James Carlo Sebialo Chavez, a software developer and a BSIT student. So if you have follow-up questions later on, please don't hesitate to connect and reach out to us para ma-relay po namin yung questions nyo sa mga speakers natin for today's event. And now, moving on to our third and last speaker for today. So our third guest speaker po is a Master of Science in Computer Science degree holder, a lecturer at Ateneo de Manila University, and also a director for training at Trinocate, Philippines. So with several years of AWS, DevOps, and big data administration experience, he has worked with a variety of clients and companies over the years, including finance and healthcare. So his expertise primarily is in cloud automation and continuous integration and development, as well as big data architectures. So apart from his industry experience, he still actively teaches and researches in academia and has earned his Master of Science in Computer Science degree, focusing on big data technologies and network analytics. He's also currently working on projects involving blockchain applications in the financial sector, as well as distributed anomaly detection and network flows. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our third speaker for today, si Mr. Miguel Zenon Saavedra. Sir, the mic is all yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was not allowed to, for some reason it wouldn't allow me to unmute. Hi, nice to meet all of you. My name is Zenon. I hope all of you are still okay after that long talks. Just as a short pampagising quiz, or pampagising activity, I have a short quiz prepared. This is just to see how much you guys know about DevOps in general. So just a short quiz. I can only take up to 100 people, and I think there are more than 100 people here. Let me just share this with everyone. So I'll send the link to the chat. So on Zoom, you should be able to see the chat. If the link to this quiz, if you're not on Zoom or if you're on Facebook or anything, you can still join the quiz via this instruction. So just go to this area and then enter this code. Okay, we have 11 people. Don't be shy, just join. There are no, it's not graded or anything. Just so that I understand what your background is. Okay, so feel free to join even while it's ongoing. So again, this is the link. Even while it's ongoing, just feel free to jump right in. Okay, so I'm going to end it here in a few seconds, just to save on time. Okay, so good job in general, especially to Ismael, who got almost every question right. And James, who also got almost every question right. I wanted to cover some common misconceptions about DevOps in general before I start talking about continuous integration and deployment, because CI/CD is a DevOps concept. So first question, what is DevOps? So a lot of people think of it as a developer and operations team working together. That's actually a common misconception. It's not necessarily them working together. It's actually more than them just working together. DevOps is trying to remove the line between the developer and operations teams. Ideally, you have small teams of people that own a particular service. Okay, so they own the development process of that particular service. More on that later. DevOps can only be performed in the cloud. That is false. Everything that I'm going to talk about, including CI/CD and deployment, can be done on-prem as well. It's just easier to do in the cloud. Okay. What is the need for DevOps? So most people got this correctly. The answer is all of the options. So increase deployment frequency, lower rate of failure, and decoupling your services. Complete CI/CD is required for DevOps, not necessarily. And I'll talk about the different types of CI/CD later as well. So you don't necessarily have to have all CI/CD for DevOps. There are instances where you'll have a special type of CI/CD pipeline, especially if you're dealing with things like more secure infrastructure. Are DevOps and Agile the same? The answer is no. Most of you got that correct. Agile is a type of project management framework. DevOps is a general cultural philosophy. What is the use of Git? I'm sure all of you or most of you know what it is. Git is a source code management tool. Git by default does not have continuous integration or continuous monitoring. Maybe you're confusing Git with GitLab. GitLab does have a continuous integration portion, but Git itself is just a source code management tool. What is the use of Jenkins? So Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. It does not version any code, and it does not provide continuous monitoring or security. Jenkins is primarily a CI/CD tool. How should DevOps be implemented? So this is actually one of the most important things you have to understand about DevOps. DevOps is always people over process over tools. Okay? You can't implement a DevOps approach unless the people in your company are willing to implement that DevOps approach. If your people just build tools, but they aren't able to deploy services well, then that's not really a DevOps approach. Okay? Even if you come up with a good process for deploying infrastructure, if the people are not willing to adapt to that process, then you won't have a very good DevOps environment either. So DevOps always will be people over process over tools. Okay? So there's one person that was raising their hand since earlier. Do you have a specific question in mind, or do you have anything unclear so far? Questions or concerns? So again, that was just a brief discussion on DevOps in general. Okay. Now, this talk is primarily on continuous integration and deployment. My demo later will be on continuous integration and deployment. But before we get there, I have to talk about why CI/CD is important from the perspective of DevOps in general. So for a lot of you, you may have started off with what you call a monolithic type architecture. Right? You have one giant application that people work on. Okay? That's essentially what a monolithic architecture is. You have a team of 50 people working and building on one particular application. So you have all of these developers trying to build up on this application. Whenever there is a deployment, you go through the deployment process of build, test, release, and monitoring of this particular monolithic architecture. But when you build something, you may need to wait for another service to finish development. When you finish testing, you have to wait for all services to finish testing before you end up going to the release process. Right, and that takes a long time. You have to wait at every phase when you're building your big application. Now, one of the concepts in DevOps is decoupling. And the idea is we want you to decouple your application. Instead of having one giant application, have instead many smaller applications. This is often referred to as a microservice architecture. Right? You have teams of developers working on these services, each one deploying independently of one another, each one scaling independent of one another as well. These types of teams are often called two pizza teams. Okay. Two pizza teams because each team should be small enough that two pizzas can feed them. Okay, that's the general concept of two pizza teams. Well, of course, that's just a saying. It depends how much you eat and everything. But the idea is the team should be quite small, working on each particular service. Right? This is actually what a DevOps team would look like. Right? You have a small team. That entire team is DevOps. Okay? You have multiple DevOps teams working on deploying each and building each service. Okay? You can have a service for authentication. You can have a service for hosting user profiles. And each service will be deployed independently of one another. Now, the issue is this is going to take quite some time to deploy. Right? If you have 50 or 100 different services, how are you going to deploy each of these services? Well, let's go take a look at the release process. So in the release process, there are generally 5 stages you have to understand. Code, build, test, deploy, and monitor. When you enter the code phase, you essentially download your code, check out your code. You can have code reviews. You can integrate Git hooks to review your code and so on. So this is essentially managing your source code. After managing your source code, you need to build your code, right? Download dependencies. Earlier, you talked about different frameworks like Vue.js and Laravel. All of those are types of dependencies. In the previous talk, you tried to explore Docker a little bit. Right? And Docker needs to build an image. So in the build phase, you have to build all of your images, download your dependencies, build all your packages, and so on. In the testing phase, you have to run unit tests, right? Integration tests as well. Right? You have to see how each service interacts with other services. In your deployment phase, what type of deployment strategy are you trying to push for? Are you trying to make sure that we minimize downtime for each of our users? Okay? And how are you going to deploy all of these services? But is there literally one person deploying each of these 100 services? And finally, monitoring. Right? The idea is if it moves, you have to record it. Okay? So that's the general these are the general processes of the release stages: code, build, test, deploy, and monitoring. Now we get to our discussion on what CI/CD actually is. Okay, what exactly is CI/CD? First, let's talk about CI. CI is automating everything from the code phase to the testing phase. Okay, the moment a developer pushes into their source code repository, that automatically triggers the build and automatically triggers tests. Okay, these things in gray, these are done manually. Maybe because you have a very special type of deployment process. Okay, maybe you can't do it automatically. There are some bespoke things you have to do. Then you need to fix your CI, right? You need to just automate code, build, and test. You can deploy and monitor manually. Now, when we talk about continuous delivery, so in CI/CD, we have continuous integration, and next we have continuous delivery. In continuous delivery, you have your code, you automate everything. The moment somebody pushes to your source code management, that triggers your continuous delivery pipeline. So that triggers a build. You can trigger some tests. But in the middle of test and deploy, you can see we have a manual approval state. Okay? This manual approval state is necessary for continuous delivery. Everything before this manual approval state is automated. Everything after this manual approval state is automated. Okay? The point of the manual approval state is maybe you have some things that need to be reviewed. For example, if you're building ATM machines, right, or core banking systems, then you don't want to release something you're not 100% sure of will not cause a security issue for your bank. Okay, it depends really on the system you're trying to deploy. Maybe you'd want to run some VAPT before you deploy your systems. Finally, we have continuous deployment. Continuous deployment means everything from code to build, to test, to deploy, to monitor. All of that is automated. Okay? So the moment somebody pushes your source code repository, that will automatically trigger your code to build. It will automatically trigger tests. It will automatically deploy your application where it needs to go and automatically connect it to your monitoring systems. Now, does this mean that continuous delivery is more robust than deployment, right? Because there's manual approval. Not necessarily. The idea of continuous deployment is you have to be so confident in your testing that you can trust that the automation will do the tests properly. Okay? There are companies that do both or that do one or the other. It completely depends on their requirements. If they can build a testing mechanism that is robust enough to handle their application, then they go for continuous deployment. If they can't, then they go for continuous delivery. Okay? Any questions up to this point? Oh, sorry. Before I move on. Questions or concerns up to this point? Okay. Now I want to go to a demo. So in this demo, I'll do a demonstration of what continuous deployment and delivery looks like in AWS. And I'm going to do something called a blue-green canary deployment. Okay, a blue-green canary deployment means that I'm going to test my new version of my application on a subset of users before migrating all of my users to this application. Okay, 90% of my users will be redirected to version 1 of my app. 10% will be redirected to version 2 of my application. Okay, for this case, I'll have two environments running. I have a blue environment, my version 1, and a green environment. This is the reason why DevOps is much easier in the cloud. This is virtually impossible to do on-prem. You can't have a green environment set up, and then you can't break version 1 of your environment when the deployment is finished. In the cloud, the idea is once you run your blue-green deployment, after you're sure that the green environment is working well, we can then migrate everyone to the green environment and automatically terminate this blue environment. Okay? So first, on a high level, let me explain what this pipeline looks like. Now, on AWS, I'm going to use a service called Code Pipeline. I'm not sure if any of you have used AWS before, but they have an interesting service called Code Pipeline. Code Pipeline is similar to Jenkins. Okay, Code Pipeline is a continuous integration and deployment tool, which will take care of orchestrating your deployments or coordinating your deployments. Okay, let's take a look at this home pipeline. So I have a pipeline here called Home. It deploys a home app for me. I have two other pipelines here called Dog and Cat. This will deploy a dog version of my app. This will deploy a cat version of my app. The actual application I'm deploying looks like this. Let me just show you that app. I can send this to the chat. All of you can visit it if you want to. Let me make it a clickable URL. So it's a very basic application. Right, so I'm not demonstrating any fancy front end. This is demonstrating how this application is deployed. If I click I love cats, it actually redirects me to a microservice of cats. Okay. If I click I love dogs, it will redirect me to a microservice of dogs. Right? These are actually separate services that are running separate web servers even. Okay. So this is an example of a microservice setup already. Now, what this CI/CD pipeline does is it connects to GitHub. Okay. Now I can connect to other things. If any of you use Bitbucket or CodeCommit, I can connect to that as well. It just so happens that in my case, I am connected to GitHub. If I look at GitHub, you can see that I have my cat service here. It has its own Nginx server. It's going to run its own Nginx server. Now this cat service runs in a Docker image. I'll talk more about the build process of this Docker image later. If you've never used Docker before, I suggest you try looking it up. But I'm not going to explain too deeply on what the Docker image is like. Okay, so again, I have this cat service and I have my dog service and home service. Each of them have a separate GitHub repository. Each of them have a separate pipeline. So each pipeline can be deployed independently of the other service. Right, so if I don't want to touch the cat service, then if I only need to deploy the cat service, I don't need to touch the dog service. If I need to deploy the home service, I don't need to touch the cat service, and so on. each of the services can also scale independently. So if I have more cat lovers, I just add more application resources to my cat server. Okay. Now, how CI/CD works in general, let me go look at my home pipeline. So this is my home pipeline. Again, this is all stored in a Git repo. Okay. So I can go take a look at that code. Give me a minute to just pull up that code. Okay. So I can go look at this home service. And let's say I want to edit my HTML file. Okay. Right now, the font of this website, of this homepage, is currently in cursive. Okay. If you're on Chrome, I don't think it translates to cursive, but on Firefox, it translates to cursive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this font. Okay. So I'm not using a cursive font. And I'm going to make this commit. Okay, I'm going to push this commit to my repository. And once it's pushed to my repository, if I go to my home service, if I go to my home service, you can see that I have a push that happened less than a minute ago. If I check the CI/CD pipeline, if I wait a few seconds or maybe up to a minute, it's going to start triggering my deployment. Okay, I actually don't need to touch anything. I don't need to trigger anything. You can see now it's triggered my deployment. It's the push that I made to GitHub that actually triggered that deployment. Okay, it's now checking out the source code for me. And after it finishes checking out the source code, it triggers the build process. Okay, if I go take a look at the build process, it's actually automatically building my code for me. The logs will take a few seconds to show up, but you should see the logs come in soon. Okay, so you can see the logs have come in. It's running several build commands. Okay, so I have one that's logging in to my container repository. I am building my Docker container. And at the end of this build process, I am going to push this container into my Docker repository. So right now I am pushing my Docker container into this Docker repository. Okay. How does it know what commands to run? The command it needs to run is in my Git repository. I have a file here called a build spec file, which literally just lists all of the commands that my server needs to run to build this repository. So all of the commands here are actually being run in this build repository. And right now it has finished running all of the commands and it's triggering the deployment. Okay. The final phase of the CI/CD pipeline is the deploy phase. So let me just go over to that phase. So again, the build phase, it just takes in all of the scripts that I put in my GitHub repo. And right now it's deploying this application for me. If I take a look at the details, what's happening is it's not replacing my current application. what it's doing is it's deploying a replacement. Okay, it's deploying another set of services without getting rid of my initial application. To show you that in detail, if I go look at the services I have running, I mentioned that I have home, cat, and dog. These are my 3 services. If I take a look at my tasks or my containers that I have running, you can see that I have 4 versions or 4 instances of the home container running. If I take a look at the version of these home containers, I have 2 version 93 and 2 version 92. Okay? This means that it's still running the older version. In fact, if I try and visit this website, the older version should still be running. Okay? It hasn't gotten rid of the older version because it's still testing out this new version of my code. Right now, like what I mentioned in the diagram, I am starting by routing 10% of my traffic first. Okay? Meaning if I keep refreshing on this site, oh, sorry, I already got it the first time. If I keep refreshing on this site, you can see that it's transitioning to the new version. Okay? So 10% of my user base is being routed to this new version, 90% is being routed here. If I want to force the newer version, then I can just specify a port that I want to run my new version in this case, port 8080, and this will always redirect to my newer version. The other services, the cat service and the dog service, are both still fully working. Okay? I'm only making the deployment to the home page. Okay? So that's how a CI/CD pipeline works. The idea is the developer does not need to do anything except push the code. Even the systems administrator does not need to do anything but set up the deployment script. Okay? Everything is taken care of for you by the CI/CD pipeline. It doesn't matter what CI/CD pipeline you're using. This example uses Code Pipeline. Some of you may use GitLab. It also has a similar process. Some of you may use Circle CI, which also has another similar process. Right, so that's the general idea of CI/CD. Now, let me take a look at each of the stages in more detail. So this pipeline has a series of stages. So each one of these big boxes is called a stage. Within that stage, I have multiple actions. I have a build action, a deploy action, and so on. I can have other actions here as well. If I look at another more complex CI/CD pipeline, for example, I can have parallel actions. Or I can even have sequential actions in a given stage. Okay? I can force a release of a change by just pressing the release change button as well. Now, how is this pipeline even constructed? Personally, I've never done it by hand. So I've never had to go to the console and write it myself. The reason being is, if you really want to achieve a DevOps approach, one of the concepts that we follow is called infrastructure as code. Okay? So if you actually want to try out this pipeline, I can actually give you the link to this pipeline. So in the link that I sent to the chat, this pipeline is actually defined using a provisioning tool called Terraform. Okay. So in this Terraform, using Terraform, I've deployed everything from my network to my load balancer to my CI/CD pipeline. That's the idea of infrastructure as code. I never needed to go and set up this pipeline manually. Particularly if I have to set up new pipelines, I can just very easily go to my code and then provision new pipelines. If I take a look at my CI/CD module, I have here a definition for code pipeline. Okay, now I want to focus less on the AWS specific stuff because this is not supposed to be generally just AWS. But first off, I'm just defining a storage area where to put my build artifacts. For example, if I'm building jar files, I need a place to put those jar files. So in this case, I'm putting it in an S3 bucket. Next, I need to give the pipeline permission to deploy for me. And that's what this section does. I'm just giving my pipeline permission to run deployments for me. Okay, so these are just specific permissions that my pipeline has. Same thing goes with the building process. I need to give that build the permission to push to my Docker repository for me. Okay, and this particular section now, this section here, is the actual pipeline. So in the actual pipeline, I'm defining a code pipeline resource. I am naming it a particular service, so it's fully parameterized. I define what the name is going to be at runtime. I have the permission I'm giving to this pipeline, and I have the storage area where I'm going to put this pipeline's artifacts. Okay? Afterwards, I have my different stages. So I can define multiple stages, or if I wanted to, multiple actions. So first stage, I'm connecting to GitHub. You can see I have a GitHub provider. It's a third-party provider. And I am also going to pass an OAuth token. An OAuth token is just an authentication token. You may have learned that in the previous talk. That gives this pipeline permission to pull from GitHub. I then have my build phase, which defines where my app will build in. So what environment my app is going to build in. In this case, I'm going to build using a code build environment. Code build is another service on AWS. It's that service I showed you with the logs for the build. Afterwards, I have a deployment phase, which is going to deploy to ECS, the container service. Okay, so this defines the three-stage pipeline that you see here. My source, build, and deploy. I can add manual approval here as well if I want continuous delivery. But I just need to add a different stage to this configuration file. I can add a manual approval stage if I wanted to. Okay, so that's the general process of CI/CD. Right? Everything is automated from end to end. Each service should be deployed independently from one another. And ideally, this entire CI/CD pipeline is fully automated. Okay? Just to show you that it really is automated, I can actually choose to just destroy this CI/CD pipeline with just literally 2 words that I'm typing on my console. All of this infrastructure, from the network to the DB subnet, to the services, to the containers, all of these resources will be destroyed. Okay? It happens very, very quickly. If I go to code pipeline and I refresh, Now it cannot find my resource anymore. All of my pipelines are now gone. Okay. If I go to my ECS cluster, the ECS cluster is still running, but the applications and services are also now all gone. Okay. Eventually, the cluster will disappear too. The network infrastructure will disappear as well. So everything that I just created, all of that goes away if I don't want it anymore. At the same time, if I want to build it again, I can build it in just a few minutes. That's another thing I just need to run. I just need to run Terraform apply, and that's going to deploy everything again for me. I'm not going to run it now because I currently have things that are pending destruction. So I have to wait till it finishes destroying before I can actually start it up again. Okay, so that's generally CI/CD. Again, this is one method. You may use other tools for CI/CD, but the point is you really have to automate as much as possible. Okay. Questions so far about anything that I talked about while I'm waiting for this to destroy? What language am I using? So this language is a language that's specific to Terraform. It's called HCL. Okay. HCL is the HashiCorp language. So HashiCorp developed a language specifically for Terraform that actually creates all of this infrastructure for me. Okay, you saw that all of my clusters are now deleted. So if I refresh, my cat dog cluster is deleted. If I wanted to, I can apply, and this is going to create everything again. Okay, in just a few minutes and in just 2 words, I can create all of the infrastructure very easily. Okay. There are many things that can do this. HCL is one. You can look at CloudFormation. That's AWS specific. Or CDK as well. Terraform is cloud agnostic. So it doesn't matter what cloud you're using, whether it's AWS or Google, Terraform will work with either one. Okay. So to show you what's happening here, if I refresh my pipelines, it's still not yet created. It's taking some time because it's creating the load balancers, the network, and everything for me. Excuse me. But if I check my builds, you can see the services are now all here again. If I refresh this set of clusters, you can see that my application cluster is up again as well. Okay. So you should be able to very easily and very quickly create all of this infrastructure automatically. Other questions regarding CI/CD or this process in general? Questions, concerns, don't be shy. If you have any deeper dive questions, feel free to ask them. Again, if you want to try this out, the code is available on GitHub. I sent the link to the chat. You can actually follow the instructions in the README and very easily deploy this in your own AWS account if you want to. Okay, what are the pros and cons if I do CI/CD with AWS? When it comes, if you're asking about the pros and cons of CI/CD in general, there's really no con to CI/CD in general. There's a saying that we always have in DevOps, and that is manual processes are essentially a risk with no reward. Right? Manual processes, things may go wrong. In manual processes, someone may be inconsistent. If you automate everything through a CI/CD process or infrastructure as code process, then things become easier, things become faster and more efficient. The only downside is the learning curve. Now, if you're talking about CI/CD with AWS in general, the big con of this is that majority of AWS's CI/CD pipeline only works with AWS. Okay? So if you're trying to do a multi-cloud deployment, you'll have to jump through some hoops to do a multi-cloud deployment. Or if you want to deploy on-prem, you may similarly have to jump through several hoops to deploy on-prem as well. So that would be the con of CI/CD with AWS. It's mainly tied to AWS infrastructure. But if your infrastructure is mainly on AWS, then I highly suggest setting this up yourself. All right, thank you for that question. Other questions? Questions, concerns about CI/CD, DevOps in general, infrastructure as code, containers? Okay, if there are no other questions, I think that's it for my talk. I shortened it a little bit because I know we've gone over time by quite a bit. But I hope it was a fruitful talk for everyone and you're able to at least get an idea of what CI/CD is and how CI/CD works. So I guess I'll transition it back to Jonas.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Miguel Zenon Saavedra. Thank you so much, Sir Miguel. Due to time constraints, we will only be entertaining 2 questions from our audiences. So if you have questions, kindly send them in the chat box. So ayun may nag-send privately. So we have our first question for you, Sir Miguel. So how much would it cost daw kuno, sir, running code pipeline?
That's a good question. Code pipeline, the specific cost is $1 per pipeline.
Oh.
No matter how many stages code pipeline is going to be, it will cost you $1 for that entire pipeline.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for that, sir. Moving on to our second question from Anonymous. So what if the Git push is an accidental push and contains a mess, sir? Can we roll back to the previous successful code pipeline?
Yes, so there sorry, can I share my screen for
Yes, sir, sure.
so I can show that. Yes, there's a button here that says stop and roll back. So all I have to do is press stop and roll back and it will roll back.
It will go back to the previous
the previous working deployment.
Okay.
At the same time, that's why pull requests and code reviews are very important. So technology can only do so much. Ideally, before a push happens, your senior devs should have reviewed that code change for you. But there are mechanisms in place to roll back if needed.
Okay. Thank you for that, sir. And we have another question din pala, sir. Can we integrate a notification service from AWS, such as an email to know if the code pipeline is successful or if it fails?
Yes, that is, well, the short answer is yes. There's a portion there for notifications if you want to be notified of any failure. Definitely, it's considered best practice to get notified for every single iteration in the build. In the past, we have set up similar deployments. Very often, the notifications get very, very annoying because if you're dealing with hundreds of services and we deploy several times in a day, our notification channels get full very quickly. But continuous feedback is also very important in DevOps. So definitely you can integrate notifications.
Okay. Again, thank you for that, Sir Miguel, for answering that question. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, let's give a round of applause to our third speaker for today, Mr. Miguel Zenon Saavedra, a Master of Science in Computer Science degree holder, a lecturer at Ateneo de Davao University, and also a director for training and delivery at Trainocate Philippines. So if you have follow-up questions, guys, please don't hesitate to connect and reach out to us para po ma-relay po namin again ang mga questions niyo po sa mga speakers natin for today's event. So, ayun, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our event for today. But before we officially end, we would like to, sorry, wait lang. I would like to remind everyone pala to please fill out the evaluation form that will be sent dito po sa chat box and sa email niyo po right after this event. And after you have successfully filled out the form, you will be sent an e-copy of your certificate. So again, that concludes our event for today. We would like to express our gratitude again to our guest speakers for gracing this event. And we would also like to thank the attendees who attended this webinar. So this has been your host, Cameron. Thank you once again. Stay safe and God bless us all. I will be sending the link to, wait lang po, link to the evaluation. Wait lang. Evaluation form. Wait lang po. So here's the link and kindly fill out na lang po. So thank you so much, guys, and have a good night.